La présidente.
Good morning, dear colleagues. Sitting is open. Before we move to the main item of this morning, I would like to make an announcement based on the conclusions of the Advisory Committee dealing with harassment complaints between Parliament, and after taking into account the observations of the member concerned, I have decided to impose a penalty on Monica Silvana Gonzalez pursuant to Rule 10.6 and Rule 176 as a result of her behaviour towards her three accredited parliamentary assistants, which constituted psychological harassment. The penalty consists of, for the first assistant, loss of entitlement to the daily subsistence allowance for a period of 5 days and temporary suspension from participation in Parliament's activity for a period of 5 days. For the second assistant, loss of entitlement to the daily subsistence allowance for a period of 15 days and temporary suspension from participation in Parliament's activities for a period of 15 days. For the third assistant, a loss of entitlement to the daily subsistence allowance for a period of 10 days and a temporary suspension from participation. The member concerned has been notified of the decision yesterday and is entitled to lodge an internal appeal with the Bureau under Rule 177. The penalty would be suspended for the...
Au titre de l'article 177.
We move now to the next item, which is Council and Commission statements, presentation of the programme of the activities of the Prime Minister Kristersson.
Statsminister Kristersson, kollegor, den 1 januari välkomna
of the Council of the European Union. Today,
la Presidenza dell'Unione Europea. Oggi è un piano.
Minister Ulf Kristersson to present the programme of activities of the Swedish Presidency. Prime Minister, dear Ulf, welcome to the European Parliament. Questions on the economy. Questions on the economy will dominate the Swedish presidency, and I believe that a return to growth can be one of your major achievements. In order to boost the economy, you stand for an open, modern and competitive Europe. This is what the European Parliament stands for too. Growth will also come from reforming our energy market and to make it future-proof. Security with the green transition. Sweden is already a front-runner in this area, which will prove essential when it comes to us wrapping up the Fit for 55 package. Last year, the European Parliament and the 5 rotating presidencies committed to working in partnership to find agreement on the migration and asylum package before the next European elections. Your presidency falls squarely in the middle of this legislature. The urgency to make progress on all
Există urgență pentru a face
here too. And yet, despite all these challenges, the biggest threat to Europe and our democracies is still and will continue to be Russia's bombardment of Ukraine. Sweden has been a great friend to Ukraine, and you have always been true promoters of human rights and democratic values. We must continue to stand by Ukraine. Prime Minister, dear Ulf, a month and a half ago, you welcomed me and my colleagues, the group leaders, in the beautiful capital of Stockholm. It is in this constructive spirit that the European Parliament will continue to work with the Swedish presidency on the many important initiatives. And I wish you all a very success for the upcoming 6 months. You have the floor.
Madam President, dear Roberta, thank you so much. Members of the European Parliament, Vice Presidents of the Commission, ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege and a pleasure to be here today to present the priorities of Sweden's third presidency of the Council of the European Union. In short, Our chief priorities aim to help make Europe greener, safer and freer. Greener, safer and freer.
Πιο πράσινη, πιο ασφαλή και πιο...
The coming 6 months. Times are, though, difficult. War is raging in Europe, a war that has led to countless of casualties, both soldiers and
uhreihin sekä sotilaisiin
atrocities, but also to an energy crisis and to an economic downturn.
Énergétique et un ralentissement économique.
Will make the coming months very challenging. Most of all, of course, for all our Ukrainian friends. While we respond firmly to these emergencies, we must also move the EU's political and lawmaking agenda forward. So far, the European response to Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine has been strong, united and decisive. In addition to 9 sanction packages, we have recently increased our common support to Ukraine with a further 18
Med ytterligare 18 miljarder
assistance. Many individual countries provide Ukraine with important military equipment as well, and Ukraine and Moldova are now both candidate countries. Moreover, the Union is on the road to reducing our dependence on Russian fossil fuels. In the 70s, getting rid of fossils was mainly
fósiles era algo pues más que nada.
In the 90s, it increasingly became a matter of fighting climate change. And now it has finally also become, obviously, a matter of
geopolitik.
Over the last few years, we have shown that in times of crisis, the EU really can come together and exercise international influence without losing sight of our long-term agenda. Vladimir Putin's regime underestimated not only Ukraine, but also the European Union. As a new presidency of the Council, we aim to build on the excellent work of the French and the Czech presidencies. We intend to continue in the same spirit when we try to seek solutions in the Council and, of course, with the Parliament and the Commission.
Kommission.
Everybody's first priority is and has to be Ukraine. Nothing is as important. But this is not simply crisis management. This is about fighting for democracy and fighting for decency. Ukrainian victory is existential for Europe and, honestly, existential for the whole world. Personally, I woke up in Helsinki
Heräsin Helsingissä 24.
last year at 4 o'clock in the morning to the news that Ukraine had been invaded by Russia. That was only a few hours after a conversation with the Finnish President Sauli Niinistö. We both, during that conversation, saw the obvious risk of war, but we also saw the risk of divisions between friends, European friends, and division transatlantically. However, when the war came, and it did, the Western democracies stayed united. Today, the transatlantic unity on Ukraine is stronger than ever. It is a third of Ukraine's population and destroyed half of the country's energy infrastructure. Many Ukrainians, both soldiers and civilians, have paid the ultimate price for this war. Bucha has become part of our collective European memory. But history was also made when President Zelensky refused to leave Kiev and remain in Ukraine with his government. In doing so, he has embodied the country's resistance.
Landets motstånd.
In minds, Ukraine has offered hope for all of us who believe that the rule of people always trumps.
Du peuple l'emporte toujours sur le pouvoir.
While Ukraine's resistance continues, we must now do what we can to make sure that Ukraine prevails and that its future lies here in the EU. Because if Ukraine's hope lies with us. Our task is to continue supporting the Ukrainians who are not only fighting for their independence but also for a European way of life where right is greater than might. Our role as Council means we have to ensure the EU's continued economic, political, humanitarian and military support to Ukraine. For example, we will have to monitor the progress of Ukraine's reforms on its path towards EU membership. This also means that we have to start working on solutions for Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction together with all our international partners. Reconstructing Ukraine after the war will remind us all of the Marshall Plan after World War II. And in this effort, frozen Russian assets need not only to be part of the problem, but also become a part of the solution. I foresee a very thorough analysis on the extent to which the democratic world can unite in reusing that money to
Ena sig för att återanvända dessa tillgångar.
So our first priority as President of the Council will to be work together with the European Parliament to promote Europe's security by supporting Ukraine and highlight the in an increasingly uncertain world. And when we build security, we must also look at other aspects that are close to our citizens. Free movement in the EU should not mean free movement. There is much room for stepping up our We must also continue our work towards a common and coherent migration policy while at the same time managing the current situation with all tools already available to us. In times like these, the EU's role in providing security and stability across all these dimensions is crucial. Another area where the EU has a crucial role to play is in the green transition, a task that has only become more urgent in the light of the war in Ukraine. The plan to reduce emissions by 55% by 2030 is vital to reach CO2 neutrality by 2050 and live up to the goals set out in the Paris Agreement. In Sweden, we are proud of our own contributions to fossil-free. On the recent trips to Sweden, we chose to show both the Conference of Presidents and the Commission how Volt or the car manufacturer Volvo ways to reduce Europe's dependence on fossil fuels. These businesses, they want to go to work.
Les entreprises veulent continuer à travailler. Elles veulent
de las grandes oportunidades de esta transición verde y esta
politics, domestically and European, to provide frameworks for their work. And that is precisely what the EU has been doing.
Lige præcis det EU har gjort. For eksempel
sale of new fossil fuel cars by 2035. Going forward, we must continue down this path. The Swedish presidency
Det svenska rådsordförandeskapet
strengthen the EU as a frontrunner in the green transition. We will continue the important ongoing work on the institutions and make a conclusion of Fit for 55 our priority. We count on the European Parliament, and we look forward to work together on this. We also look forward to beginning the work of reforming the European electricity market design, since energy from the right sources and the right price is the foundation of the green transition. Third, the green transition touches on our long-term competitiveness. If European companies are to produce the energy and make the batteries, the electric cars and the fossil-free steel of the future, they all need good conditions to compete internationally. From the very beginning, the integration of our economies lay at the heart of the European project. By removing tariffs, red tape and other barriers, we have replaced power politics with a rule-based market and turned war between our own nations into things of the past. For the past 3 decades, the single market has fostered healthy competition and built strong economies and industries across our continent. Removing barriers for goods, services, capital and people, our countries more prosperous and provided consumers with higher quality and better priced products. The size and the strength of our economies is also a significant reason why the EU is such a powerful actor nowadays on the world stage. Thanks to the single market and thanks to a successful trade policy based on openness, with agreements and partnerships around the world, the EU is an economic giant. Despite this, as a union, we are not living up to our full economic potential. Our productivity is lagging behind, and fewer of the biggest firms on the planet are EU-based. Today, we are spending significantly less on research and development than the US or China, and high energy prices may drive investments away from Europe.
Vagy Kína, és a magas energiaárak.
We're struggling with several challenges related to the crisis that we are going through, while facing actions of partners and competitors around the globe, such as the US Inflation Reduction Act. The EU's response to these developments need to be analysed and discussed as a matter of priority. But we must not forget that long-term competitiveness must be built on strong companies that are able
a hosszú távú versenyképesség
on an open market. In the long term, factors like weak productivity, insufficient spending on R&D and high electricity prices pose greater risks to European competitiveness than lack of subsidies to production in Europe. If we want to maintain our leading knowledge-based economies with innovative industries, we need to step up our game. Therefore, we need a long-term new strategy on EU level to boost competitiveness and productivity. The single market's 30th year anniversary is a very useful starting point for that work. Last but not least, the fourth priority of the Swedish presidency will be to uphold the union's.
Holde fast i vores grundlæggende.
I would like to pay tribute to the European Parliament for your steadfast support for the most important principle that binds us all together: respect for the rule of law. History teaches us that this is a precondition for our political, our legal and our economic cooperation. If we want citizens' rights to be protected everywhere across the Union and the single market to function properly, the rule of law has to be upheld in every country. Liberal democracy, the combination of popular sovereignty and individual the EU from other international institutions.
To, kar nas ločuje od drugih
in more countries want to join.
Kar pomeni, da si ljudje iz veliko držav želijo.
And cronyism are what Ukraine, Moldova and other candidate countries are aspiring towards.
Statländerna önskar ställa sig till oss.
Or that we preserve the rule of law in the EU is also a way of enhancing our global competitiveness and our attractiveness. There are and forums to engage with authoritarian states, but the EU is not one of them. This is and must remain a club of democracies.
En klubb för demokratier.
We have made significant progress to safeguard the rule of law in the EU. The conditionality mechanism has been an important new instrument to ensure that EU funds are not misused. Article 7 proceedings have been initiated, and the rule of law dialogues have shown that all member states, not just a few, have room for improvement as far as rule of law is concerned. During the Swedish presidency, this work will certainly continue. And in order to emphasize the importance of rule of law, we will also organize a symposium on this specific issue in Stockholm in May. When my Czech colleague Peter Fiala spoke to this parliament in July last year, he paraphrased Ronald Reagan in saying that democracy is never more than one generation away from its demise. And I agree. If the last few years have taught us anything, it should be that no political institution can settle with past achievements. Democracy has to be defended and reinvented in both word and deed. Dear members of the European Parliament, 6 months is a very short time. Yet there is so much to do, since these months coincide with a truly unique moment in Europe's contemporary history. For obvious reasons, the only is that we will do our utmost. There is only so much that my government can control, and some things will no doubt catch us by surprise. They always tend to do. But I can assure you that Sweden will be a constructive and enthusiastic leader of the work in the Council and a cooperative partner that will search for compromises with all member states and all institutions in mind. Together, we will seek solutions to meet the challenges that I have outlined here today, to security, to climate, to competitiveness, to the rule of law, and more. And we will count on you, not just as a counterpart, but also as an ally. Thank you all for your attention. I now look forward to the debate. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prime Minister. And now, on behalf of the Commission, Vice President Šefčovič, you have the floor. Maros, please.
Dear Madam President, dear Prime Minister, honourable members, it's a pleasure to be here to discuss with you the programme of the Swedish presidency of the Council. And I wish you, Prime Minister Kristersson, and your team, your colleagues, every success over the coming 6 months. And I also would like to wish to all of you, all of the honourable members, a Happy New Year. And let me express also my hope that the 2023 to Europe. But for that to happen, we must continue to put all our efforts into tackling the far-reaching challenges facing us. Challenges which
foglalkoznunk 2022-ben olyan kihívások
of calendar. The Commission therefore welcomes and supports the Swedish presidency's focus on its main priorities. First, we must maintain our unity and determination in supporting Ukraine and the Ukrainian people against Russia's war of aggression and the Kremlin's barbaric attempt to weaponize even the winter. With the conflict in its 11th month, Ukraine continues to defend its land with bravery and tenacity. Our support, likewise, is unwavering, with the first tranche of the unprecedented €18 billion support package set to be disbursed still this month. We continue to work relentlessly to keep the Ukrainian electricity grid functioning, including by providing power generators and transformers under the EU Civil Protection Mechanism. And we will resolutely support Ukraine in its reconstruction efforts. The international donors platform that we are setting up together with our G7 partners will help coordinate our efforts here. In addition, we welcome the Presidency's demand for those responsible to be held accountable, and we remain fully behind the commitment towards Ukraine's integration into the European Union. At the same time, we need to take action to address the myriad repercussions of the war. This means making swift progress in the work on security and defence, including via the adoption of the European Common Procurement Act and our updated maritime security strategy. Secondly, we must continue to overcome the energy crisis, a consequence of the war in Ukraine being felt deeply by citizens and businesses across Europe. Russia's effort to and manipulating our dependency on Russian fossil fuel solidarity. We have reached 20% in gas savings and introduced a gas price cap, which, when matched with a warm winter, have led to our storage level being at 83%, very high for this time of the year, with gas prices now lower than they've been before the war. Thanks in no small part to our work to accelerate permitting procedures, we deployed twice as much renewable energy capacity as expected last year. But there is still much to be done. Work is ongoing to operationalise the EU energy platform to enable the joint purchase of gas, and I had the pleasure of chairing the first meeting of the steering board yesterday. In this effectively leverage the EU's political and market weight. At the same time, we need to further scale up renewables, which are critical for our long-term energy independence as well as for the green transition. As President von der Leyen said last week, we should aim to double our renewable energy capacities this year again. This brings us to the third priority of the Swedish presidency, furthering our work to meet our climate ambitions. We look forward to the swift conclusion of the remaining trilogues for Fit for 55 package, the beating heart of the European Green Deal, and stand ready to assist the co-legislators as needed. We also count on the Swedish presidency to make as much progress as possible on other European Green Deal proposals, including the zero pollution package and the proposal on packaging and packaging waste. This, in turn, will help boost our
Gracias a todo esto, mejoraremos.
The 30th anniversary of the single market, a landmark we celebrated in this chamber yesterday. We therefore welcome the focus of the Swedish presidency on our union's economic competitiveness, a key part of its strength. We look forward to working with the presidency on a number of relevant measures, including the review of our economic governance framework and the implementation of our upcoming single market anniversary communication. Our economic relations with third countries are also important for our competitiveness, and we anticipate making progress on agreements with several key partners under Swedish presidency. We also welcome efforts to reinvigorate the EU's economy through additional investments in the green transition under the REPower EU. However, we must also consider how best to support Europe's thriving clean tech industry at a time where others around the world are taking measures which could negatively affect our competitiveness.
Támogatni ebben a nehéz versenyhelyzetben.
For example, we are currently working with the US to reduce the negative side effects of its Inflation Reduction Act. But we still face unfair competition from China's massive subsidies in its clean tech sector. In response, under the Swedish presidency, we will introduce measures including on strategic raw materials. We also need to update our state aid framework to better facilitate public investment. And finally, we are also pleased to see the Swedish presidency focus on migration. At a time when migratory flows are once again on increase, a robust framework for our migration and asylum system is vital. We already have many answers to the challenges we face in the Pact on Asylum and Migration, so we look forward to advancing on this issue in the coming 6 months. Honourable members, dear Prime Minister, as you can judge from my voice, it's just a proof that the weather in Kiruna was cold, but I can tell you that the atmosphere was very warm and that spirit of cooperation was very, very strong. So that
était tout à fait palpable.
by saying that all of us in the Commission, and I'm sure in the European Parliament, are really looking forward to work with you, with your team, with Swedish presidency, and I believe that in the spirit of European unity and solidarity, we will deliver for the people in Europe and for the European Union. So once again, thank you very much for the attention, and Prime Minister, all the best of luck for your presidency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice President. Thank you, Maros.
Hvala lepa, podpredsednik. Tako sedaj.
PP Group, Manfred Weber.
President Metsola, Vice President, and
Talman.
to hear whether you were also part in the ice hotel or only in the normal hotel. So that would be okay. That's clear. Thank you for the clarification, Commissioner, dear Prime Minister, dear Ulf. Welcome, truly and very warmly welcome in the European Parliament, the Swedish presidency. You won the elections last year and formed afterwards a pro-European government, and now your presidency starts. I would say it's a young government. It's a young government, and that means also a government with full of energy and motivation, and that is so urgently needed for the development on European level. With an increasingly absent Berlin and Paris, we need more Stockholm. We need your leadership now, and that's why welcome. In 2009, Sweden last time led the Council. It was Europe in the middle of a euro crisis, facing the most severe economic recession in decades. The Swedish Prime Minister Fredrik Reinfeldt, also from the EPP, became president through the crisis. And on top of this, Sweden managed to reach a deal on the Lisbon Treaty in an extremely difficult moment. An effective crisis manager, to be an ambitious agenda setter and a credible bridge builder. And that is what is now also at stake. The Czech presidency already did a lot of good things. Fit for 55, Repower EU, migration, and even to first time centre-right government, first time activating the rule of law mechanism is, I think, a great achievement. The ramp now for Sweden. You spoke about the war, and on this question of security for Europe, you already showed leadership. You have taken responsibility and committed yourself to our European security. You are not only making NATO now stronger with joining the NATO, but the end of the EPP. That's why let me underline that the socialists always opposed in Sweden to join NATO, and at the beginning also the European Union. It was your party, it was the EPP.
Det var ju ert parti tillsammans med
Fighting for Europe, always fighting for NATO. So you were always on the right side of history, and finally socialists understood where to go. So congratulations to the socialists as well.
Směrem je třeba jít, takže gratuluji k tomu socialistům.
You can imagine the most important point is in this presidency, jobs, jobs, jobs. We speak again about competitiveness, and it's about people when we speak about competitiveness. To being social means, above all, providing people with a job and a decent income. And that's why, again, thank you so much for this. Sweden is the best country to do so because you are a European champion of innovation, number 3 in the world with innovative frontrunners like Skype, Tetra Pak and Spotify. And on top of this, Sweden is the home of the Nobel Prize, so that's why innovation is, in a way, Swedish. We welcome this very much, and having the challenge in mind, you mentioned already some examples. I can say on artificial intelligence, American firms invest 6 times more than European firms, and the top 10 leading companies investing in quantum computing are in the US and in China, and not in Europe. And that's why we have to pick up this competition. But for us, this also means, Ulf, that we have to the tools and the resources to do so. In addition to innovation, more has to be done. Yesterday we celebrated 30 years of single market. Not finished the work. About the telecom sector, we can do more. We have to answer the $430 billion IRA proposal. And we like competition, but our competition law and legislation is outdated. We need a reform on this. The creation of global champions is so urgently needed, and I have to say that the resistance to allow the merger of Siemens and Alstom was a mistake. We need these kind of global champions to be competitive on global level. And finally, on this issue of jobs, we want to support you on your trade policy. We finally need to ratify CETA in all member states, and with the election of President Lula in Brazil, we have to sign now Mercosur. That's so needed for global level, but also for us as Europeans. In the last month, we did this together, and now we have to show the same ambitious approach for jobs creation. And finally, a second wish, very brief, migration. We have to continue on this. The Czechs did a good job. We have to help people in need, no doubt about this. We have to rescue people in the Mediterranean. We have to strengthen Frontex. We have to build up strong border protection against smugglers. And we have to show solidarity on European level. That is what we have to do. And let's use now the momentum to find a European solution on migration. The upcoming special meeting of the Council in February is a momentum to deliver. Dear Ulf, I'm convinced that the Swedish presidency will be a success. And dear Ulf, you can fully count on your EPP group to deliver. Good luck.
Thank you very much, Manfred. Now I give the floor to the chair of the S&D group, Irače.
Předsedkyni socialistické frakce Irače Garcia.
Olkaa hyvä.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Welcome to the European Parliament, Mr. Kristersson. The beginning of the Swedish presidency comes at a time when the European Union is going through its biggest boost in the last few decades. No one could imagine the huge leap in the process of integration, with solutions that have really risen to the occasion and measured up to the serious crisis we've been through. If 2022 will go down in history, solutions to fight against raging prices, then 2023 has to be the year of structural solutions. It has to be the year of structural solutions. The main challenge of this year is social discontent. If inflation continues undermining purchasing power, then we're going to have to come up with a permanent financial instrument in order to protect the most vulnerable businesses and families. In the face of the discriminatory subsidies of the United States, we have to overhaul our state aid rules. The investments linked to the recovery plan are rolled out quickly, and in order to make sure that our single market doesn't break up to the detriment of the partners with less fiscal capacity. Despite the fact that high inflation is still harming our population directly, the Swedish presidency hasn't committed in any way to the social pillar. This is a serious mistake, Mr. Kristersson, because if we are to, if we achieve the goals of the Gothenburg Summit of 2017, that is the only beacon that can guide us towards a strong social Europe full of opportunities and fairness. The debt crisis of 2008 showed that austerity was a failure, and now
Den nuvarande elmarknaden, där de förnybara energikällorna...
the death knell of the marginal pricing system, the current electricity market, where renewables account for 50% of electricity production, cannot be used as a model for the future. We have to carry out a root and branch reform of the electricity market in order to curb the impact of gas on electricity bills indefinitely. Prime Minister, please make sincere commitments here before the European Parliament that the Swedish presidency will continue...
Saker som var tydliga när det gäller ert engagemang för...
Your government has made statements, but it has also eliminated electric vehicle subsidies. It is making it difficult for wind power, and you're voting against the Fit for 55 package directives. History does not have one only path, Mr. Christensen. Now is not the time to be carried away by the far right in order to fly in the face of science. Climate change and Putin's war mean that we have to clearly and decisively plump for renewable energy sources, because strategic autonomy, which we've been eagerly hoping for, will only become a reality when the 27 member states throw off the fossil fuel millstone around their necks. Now, defending our joint achievements firmly are extremely important.
A urychlíte postupy podle článku 7.
För att verkligen motverka.
Speed up the procedures under Article 7 in order to hold the authoritarian course.
Helt sett har varit en förtrupp för mänskliga rättigheter.
Aggressive, and that has been a human rights trailblazer.
Kauden ohjelmassa ei kertaakaan ole
doesn't contain a single reference to women or migrants. So what is your proposal so that half of the population of the European Union, that is women, can continue achieving the rights that will mean that they will get equal opportunities? When it comes to gender equality, we will
deben de ser una realidad en el 2023.
On gender violence and pay transparency need to become a reality in 2023, and your presidency has its work cut out for it. The future of the EU also hinges on coming up with a solution to the problem that migrants face. This is a more
vergüenza de peleas entre primeros ministros.
Live through the disgrace of prime ministers fighting between themselves when it comes to rescuing human beings from a certain death, as is demanded by the law of the sea. It's only if we come up with a new pact on migration and asylum that we'll be able to put an end to the insolence of the radical leaders that determine our migration policy. Mr. Christensen, history has shown us that the breeding ground of the far right is emotions and bogus solutions. Exploiting social discontent is what national populism movements resort to, and we have to counter this. I am stretching out the hand of the social democratic family so that together we can boost the revival of Europeanism, and that we can continue making sure that we come up with unprecedented solutions to the problems of our citizens, because
att det är bara unionen som kan göra oss starkare.
Ever strength in unity. Thank you.
On behalf of the Renew Group.
Madam President, dear Mr. Prime Minister, dear Mr. Šefčovič and dear Mrs. Johansson, and members, we can all agree the Swedish presidency comes at a crucial time for our Union. We see clearly that families are worried about the cost of living, high inflation, economic uncertainty. Renew Europe's message.
Počujeme vaše volanie.
At the European level, but we have a duty to do everything we can to make people's lives easier. The best way to fight back is to focus on innovation, secure the green transition, and build a modern European and open economy.
Moderní evropskou otevřenou ekonomiku.
Innovation is central to your presidency. Renew Europe asks that you work to make progress on trade agreements. We won't grow Europe by retreating into ourselves. Please keep small, medium enterprises at the forefront of your mind, because we need to deepen our best asset, as you already mentioned, Europe's single market. If we want to reduce our dependencies, we must ensure our energy security, finalise Repower EU, and conclude an ambitious CHIPS Act. The EU must invest substantially in this crucial industry. Colleagues, this weekend we all saw the horrors of the Russian regime unleashed on civilians. The terrorism in Dnipro is a reminder of
Terorismus v Dnipru je pro nás připomínkou.
Russia must be held accountable. We agree with your comments, Prime Minister. Ukraine's victory is essential. Let's have a coordinated European effort to ensure Ukraine has the means to defend itself. Elsewhere, we see to Russia and executing its own citizens. It's time for the EU to step up sanctions against Iran.
Sätta igång med sanktionerna mot Iran.
And on migration, colleagues, it's clear that citizens expect solutions. Stronger EU border controls, increased cooperation with third countries. Our citizens expect we are in control. Dear colleagues, an agreement on the asylum and migration package will be
Dohoda o paktu azylu a migrace bude
great, and we count on the Swedish presidency to achieve progress on the main files. Mr. Prime Minister, we wish you the best for your presidency.
Hyvä pääministeri.
In the Renew Europe group. In this year,
Europe máte partnera. V letošním roce před
and to deliver for citizens. And we look forward to a Swedish presidency with the innovation of Spotify and the efficiency of IKEA. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Malik. Next, co-chair of the Green Group, Philippe Lamberts. Philippe.
Mr. Prime Minister, welcome to the European Parliament. We, the Greens European Free Alliance, Sweden has the logistical and administrative capabilities to successfully conduct the work of the EU Council of Ministers for the coming 6 months. However, I need to be very frank with you. We have grave concerns regarding the direction which your government will choose to lead the coming legislative work. The three parties of your minority government have certainly proven, time and again, to be loyal and committed partners of the European project. After all, it was the moderates, the Christian Democrats and the Liberals who, together with the Centre Party, but unlike 30 years ago, your government is now being held hostage by the Swedish Democrats, an extreme right-wing, populist, largest member of your coalition. And despite your claims to the contrary, your agreement with them gives them a direct say, not just on national...
Az, hogy megállapodtak velük...
Asylum and migration is...
El pacto sobre la... Významnější případ tohoto vlivu. Od roku 2...
És az...
A common response to a challenge that is unlikely to fade away anytime soon. As a result...
Och resultatet är ju att människor har dött.
Denial of the values on which the EU is built. And even before taking the helm of the Council, your government has already renounced any effort to solve this crisis. What is this, if not the influence, the direct influence, of your anti-migrant coalition partner? You may say that at least on climate, the Swedish Democrats, who deny the gravity of the challenge, did not dictate the agenda. And the priority given to the green energy transition is indeed welcome. Preservation of the planet as our common home are completely absent from your roadmap. Is this so surprising when we know how
Och det här är viktigt när vi vet hur starka
to restore the ecosystems on which we depend for our lives and livelihoods? I'm thinking in particular to the urgent need to drastically reduce the use of pesticides, an issue that your presidency seems to totally neglect. So beyond the nice slogans, we will judge you on what you will deliver, and we hope you will positively surprise us. Mr. Prime Minister, when we met in Stockholm, I asked you why on earth you and your government partners chose to engage with a party that is rooted in nationalism and white supremacism. Your flabbergasting answer was, because we agree with them on so many things.
Många olika frågor. Era prioriteringar.
And the rule of law. Still, you chose to collaborate with those who threaten these very same values. So tell me, Manfred.
Takže, Manfred.
Stefan Sejourné.
How far are you prepared to follow your Swedish colleagues in their new friendships with a party that openly opposes the values that you yourself profess in this House? Is it your secret dream, hope, ambition that the Swedish alliance will become the blueprint for the EU after 2024?
I give the floor next to the chair of the ID group, Marco Zanni. Prego, Marco.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Prime Minister, welcome to the European Parliament. The Swedish presidency comes hand in hand.
Könnyű időszakban érkezik, de azért reméljük, hogy
hope that these 6 months will be about dealing with the huge crises that we've been up against. The priorities that you've put on the table are priorities that need a specific response, and we expect this from you. It's not just about dealing with the emergency situation, but it's about looking to the next 20, 30 years and the structural future of the European Union. Now, to talk about the most topical issue, let me mention energy. As Vice President Šefčovič said, we're in the middle of the winter. It's maybe going slightly better than what we expected, but I believe that's probably more by chance. It's more about that than the fact that we've put effective solutions on the table. We would like specific structural action because gas prices are above the average of the last few years, and this undermines the competitiveness of European businesses, but it also has an impact on the survival of our...
Beszéltünk már a gazdaság helyzetéről.
Hemos hablado mucho de cómo
overhauling state aid rules, and I think that this is something that we need to tackle, but let us be careful because this is coming about a lot of state aid schemes that have been adopted, and 80% were requests that came from 2 of the biggest European economies. So
úgyhogy figyeljünk oda, mert a fenntartható...
Därför det handlade om vår inre marknads
kell, hogy vezéreljen bennünket akkor, amikor ezeket...
Principle in this reform. We've talked about migration. We've been talking about it for years. We've been working hard on agreement, but we're focusing on the wrong issue, which is redistribution. I hope that the Swedish presidency will really deal with this file and think about protecting our external borders to reduce arrivals. This is the only way we will reduce the deaths at sea. It's the only way that we will make the situation on our continent more sustainable. It's only with a lower level of arrivals that we'll be able to deal with this and convince everyone to talk about redistribution. One last point. We've talked about Ukraine, and the support of this House has been unconditional to the people of Ukraine over the last year. But there is someone else who is crying for help, and that's the Iranian people. They are suffering. They are clamoring for freedom, and we have to listen to them. We expect very strong action against the Ayatollahs by Sweden. Thank you.
The ECR Group, Charlie Weymouth.
Tack, fru talman.
Thank you very much.
Üdvözlöm.
Welcome to the EU Parliament. Well, one thing that we have in common.
Kunnioitus josta Womansia vastaan, joka...
Nu gör den stora staten comeback på...
The great state, but now this big state is back at the EU level. We know that Brexit hasn't brought a chance for Brussels to get better.
Kommer tillbaka. Du vet att EU
don't continue this trend for EU regulations to become more and more heavy and for the EU to keep determining more and more of our citizens' lives. The idea of the subsidiarity principle was supposed to prevent the transfer of power to Brussels, but crisis after crisis is used to pass more and more power over.
Evropská unie má
promote freedom and prevent protectionism, but instead protectionist green investment supports are being put forward, financed by loans. We're supposed to defend our own labour market model, but it seems that we can't defend that. The EU is trying to decide over forests and
o lovu, o lesích, o energii.
Statsminister, i Sverige har Moderaterna...
In Sweden, the moderate party has adopted a realistic migration policy.
Política de migración materialista.
But what Mrs. Johansson's proposals are to transfer power over migration to Brussels. If we are
för att kunna bedriva en självständig migration.
Take in their migrant quotas, they're going to face huge fines. Governments might spend up to 20 billion in fines if they're going to fulfill their election promises. So we know that the pressure is going to be high. The UN have got forecasts about migration from the Middle East and Africa. That figures are higher than they've been since 2016. We need to be able to resist the migratory pressure of the future. We should not be giving up power over migration issues. Prime Minister, the big stake is growing here. The Corona Fund with joint debt. Well, I mean, you
Olevat mukana ihan vasemmistosta teidän oman ryhmän.
Way across to your own group in the EPP, they're calling for more transfer of power and more tax raising at the EU level. So the moderates need. Prime Minister, I stand up for what I believe in, and you can do that too. Your voters, not just mine, would appreciate it if Sweden vetoed debt for the EU that would weigh down the...
Sitt om de stora maktöverföringar som planeras.
We have to put a stop to the greater transfers of power that are planned. We need to move away from the United States of Europe. We need to defend individuals' freedom. We need to defend companies' competitiveness and Sweden's sovereignty. And I would like to wish you the best of luck in doing so. Thank you.
Next to the co-chair of the Left Group, Manon Aubry. Manon, t'as la parole.
Chers collègues,
Colleagues, the Swedish presidency, which is beginning, shows a fundamental political trend that should alert us all. A few weeks ago, the right and the Liberals decided to form a government, but that government is supported by the far right, an alliance tolerated by the EPP and Renew groups on the right, which feeds through into a total programme commitment against immigrants, anti-Muslim obsessions, climate denial. We've heard all that just a few minutes ago from my far-right colleague's mouth.
Ezekről beszélnek a szélsőjobboldali...
Vi har byggt upp här i Europaparlamentet.
Would be broken through. The extreme right has become every day. And the neo-Nazi language of the so-called Sweden Democrats, who don't really deserve the name, is widespread. This cordon sanitaire has been broken not just in Sweden, also in France, when a vice president from the Rassemblement National is brought in by Macron, or in the situation in Italy with the ex-Berlusconi right, and also the reactionaries in your country, Mr. Weber. The authoritarian drift of Orban and elsewhere demonstrates this very clearly. You can't play along with the far right, because when they take power, they always refuse to give it up democratically. The Liberals' far-right alliance, becoming the norm ubiquitously, plays out the same scenario all the time, questioning democracy and fundamental rights, and neoliberal policies which bring down social achievements. The Swedish presidency programme plays the same tune. I've not seen any change of direction, having looked at it, even when the economic crisis is plunging millions of people into poverty. Once again, however,
Kuulemme säästöpolitiikan
the orthodoxy that rides high. So it's always praising structural reforms and putting public finances right. But
hogy tönkretesszük a közszolgáltatásokat.
You talk about budget rules, but those are the ones that brought the European Commission to ask 15 member states to overhaul their pension systems in a year, or to ask my country, France, 8 times to tear apart its pension system just to make savings. And they say we've got to do this to limit the cost of pensions. In other words, make people work themselves to death or illness. This bean counting, let me just recall, has been flagged up with great enthusiasm by so many European leaders. That's why in Brussels, in Strasbourg and in the...
mindig ott leszünk.
We want to put an end to this stultifying yoke on many Europeans. And if we don't do that, it will be either misery or the cemetery for so many Europeans.
Colau Alavanos.
Temetőkbe végezni.
Thank you, Madam President. Στην ατζέντα της...
The Swedish presidency's agenda of the EU and the national governments which torment the people, but they realize who the guilty party is, and that's why we have a low acceptance rate of the EU. The priority is to escalate the war in Ukraine between the EU-NATO alliance and Russia, and with the accession of Sweden, Finland to NATO, of course, the objective is to be able to intervene anywhere and to implement the orders of the warmongering the strategic compass and others. Now, Russia...
Passen har tagit vägen.
Zelené transformaci.
They're told people there will be power cuts, which shows that this strategy makes the people pay a very high price so that the profits of the multinational companies can be guaranteed. The people face such problems raging.
Står inför väldigt stora problem.
Solutions cannot be put forward by the EU that defends monopolies. Only the people can save the people when they realize what clout they hold, demanding that their needs...
Nu handlar det om att det är behov som finns.
Thank you.
Thank you, and that concludes the leaders of the political groups. I give you back the floor, Prime Minister, to react before we continue with the round of speakers. 3 minutes.
Stort tack.
Thank you very much, is what I say for the first round of debate. I'll be speaking Swedish. I'd like to thank you for your wishes of the best of luck in the presidency. There's been friendly questions and critical questions. And I think that it was interesting, the idea of getting inspiration from digital Spotify and analog IKEA, 2 major Swedish companies. Swedish companies that have been successful around the world. Manfred Weber looked back to the presidencies in 2001 and 2009. Different times, different questions, different treaties, very different conditions. But I can assure the Parliament that I'm drawing good inspiration from both of those previous presidencies and the prime ministers who led Sweden at those times. Let's start with the relationship between Sweden and the EU. For a long time, Sweden had a very doubtful approach to the EU.
Imala na neki način pomalo
The membership was seen as not compatible with Swedish neutrality. EU membership at that time was neutrality. My party was strongly in favour of joining the EU. It was the other side in politics that was more negative. We had a referendum that produced a clear response that Sweden should join the EU. From that point onwards, there's only been growing consensus that Sweden has an important role in the EU. 8 out of 8 parties are now in favour of EU membership. Before it was 5 in favour and 3 against. Now, I'm pleased to see that we're in a good position in Sweden to act constructively and positively in Europe. It doesn't mean that everything is fine. It doesn't mean that all of the different parties have the same.
To, co by měly být společné evropské otázky a už
how we should solve the problems that are common European issues. That's what democracy is about, though, both at home and in this House. I've got a lot of respect for that. Security policy has also been mentioned. 6 of 8 parties are in favour of Swedish NATO memberships. Only the Greens and the left are against changing Sweden's security policy approach. And that's important as we move into NATO membership. I'll remind you that there are 4 parties that have agreed on solving the major problems we face in Sweden. It's a paradigm shift in Swedish policy. And there are a number of different areas where resolute action is required. First of all, stopping organised crime that I'm sure you've read about, a shooting per day, explosions every week. No other country in the EU has had similar problems to Sweden. Reducing migration to Sweden is one issue, but we're working harder on ensuring that we better integrate people so that people have equal their energy policies so that we can succeed in electrifying our economy. We're investing massively to build new Swedish nuclear power plants, like other countries in Europe who are also taking that route, so that we can be entirely fossil fuel-free in good time. So it is a change, of course, in Swedish policy. The government that has now been set up in Sweden is normal in Scandinavia. The similar systems have been tried out in various Scandinavian countries since 2001, Denmark and Finland. Scandinavia is one of the freest, most stable democratic parts of the world. So I feel very comfortable in the government that I have put together in Sweden. The single market is celebrating 30 years. That's good, but there's more to be done. The digital single market,
qui doit nous offrir plus de
to be done, particularly for those countries that have a service-based economy. The American IRA initiative brings both threats and possibilities. It is good that the US is back in working to defend the climate. That is something that we appreciate. It would be worse if they were not doing anything. Global climate cooperation cannot function without the USA. Of course, we need China and India as well. We need all of these players on board. That the EU is a climate hub in the world is a good thing, but it's excellent that we have the US back on board. It's also important to look at what China has been doing in recent years. The problem is that European countries could be affected by these policies. Let's have a close look at the
nagyon fontos, amit hallottunk
of the various options we have for taking action.
Tovább lépni. De igazából
and the long term. So we need to respond to what the US is doing. We can't do anything that would be damaging to our economy. There are acute migration issues. Austria in recent weeks. The situation is acute. There's an increase in illegal migration, 70% up over the course of 2022. So something does need to be done, but we also need to look at the long term as well. In the short term, we need to look at the external border, relations with third countries and returns. There's a lot more to be done. The social pillar has also been brought up. It's no secret that Sweden is continue to use the wage-setting model that we have used in the past in Sweden. We do not plan to give up a functioning model. The EU has a lot of issues where we can improve cooperation in social and welfare policy. In energy policy, we've seen a 50% increase in renewable energy in Sweden. We've got a huge increase in nuclear energy in Sweden over
Seuraavien vuosikymmenten aikana.
The most commonly sold cars last year in Sweden were electric cars. Now we need to provide those cars with green energy at a decent price with infrastructure that makes it possible for everybody to have one. So I'd like to thank you for all the questions and comments, and I'll come back to you later.
Thank you very much. I give the floor now to Thomas Tobé for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Minister, the Moderate Party has been a driving force in Europe, promoting Europe for more than 60 years. As the Prime Minister said, we were the party that brought Sweden into the European Union. Now we have a Moderate Party-led government, which is now leading the Swedish presidency, means a lot. It will mean stronger, increased support for Ukraine. It will mean a wholehearted focus on Europe's competitiveness. We will ensure that the last parts of Fit for 55 are adopted and the principles of the rule of law will be defended across the EU. But finally, we'll be able to move
da soluzioni
to actually finding a common, functioning, sustainable European migration policy. The European Parliament has high expectations of the Swedish presidency to ensure
Evropská unie
shares a common external border. And most people understand that we need to cooperate if we are to manage to control immigration and reduce illegal migration. But it's also important if we're going to protect the people who need protection. These are not easy negotiations that we have ahead of us. But we have a unique chance to take responsibility. We have to move away from a situation where people are dying in the Mediterranean, where there are too few member states bearing an unfair portion of the responsibility, where we have distrust among member states and concerns among our citizens. So it's the Swedish presidency is a chance to go from words to deeds. Thank you.
Next is Helen Fritzon for 2 minutes.
Fru talman, kommission.
Madam President, Vice President, Prime Minister. Well, there are always high expectations in advance of a presidency, and for me as a Swede, it's a special moment because we're now welcoming a Swedish presidency. But I have mixed feelings as I stand before you today. Sweden is well known at the international level for successfully working on the climate, on equality, and issues around democracy and the rule of law. But, and it has to be said, today Sweden is run by a right-wing conservative government supported by a nationalist extreme right party. And that means for EU issues that the Sweden Democrats are going to be setting the course. In your speech, Prime Minister, you painted a picture of the green transition, saying that that was a major priority issue for Sweden. There's clearly given up on climate objectives. That's what the Sweden Democrats are saying. All policies in the EU climate has to be negotiated with them before these proposals are allowed to continue on to the next level. So Will Sweden continue to lead the climate transition? For decades, Sweden has been at the top of the lists for equality indexes. We are one of the most equal countries in the EU, and the Parliament started his time in government by scrapping the successful feminist foreign policy that we'd been pursuing. Parliament didn't...
Concernant l'égalité des femmes, c'est inquiétant.
I work hard in the Equality Committee here in the Parliament.
Odvaha a ochota a odpovědné rozhodování.
Here in the Parliament, and I'm looking forward to the government that is now leading the Swedish presidency and will create a stronger EU where we take joint responsibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Helen. And next is Abir Al-Sahlani for 1.5 minutes.
Fru talman.
Madam President, Prime Minister, Commission, members. Sweden is taking over the presidency of the EU in turbulent times. There's a war in Ukraine, there's inflation and crisis hitting the whole of the EU. But it's an important time. Citizens across our EU find solutions and look to the EU to solve these problems. No secret to you that my party, the Centre Party, goes against a lot of the policies of the Swedish government. But nevertheless, today I feel very proud to be able to welcome you here, Ulf Kristersson, here in democracy's... It's with a great deal of pride that I've followed the first steps of the Swedish presidency. At the same time, there are clouds on the horizon when it comes to a number of different policy areas. The first question is climate. We've got the largest climate package in the EU's history, but these proposals have still not got through the legislative process, and it seems that governments are trying to back out of things at home. How can we ensure that our climate objectives will apply in 2025? Now, we are also legislating in the area of migration. We need to ensure that we have a sustainable and humane migration policy. Will the upcoming Swedish presidency take responsibility for migration policy in the future, and are you in a position to do so? And there are also concerns about democracy in the EU. Our union is based on values. If we do not defend them, well, what is our identity? We'll be in an identity crisis. The Centre Party is keen to ensure that illiberal governments like the Kaczynski government and the Orban government change course. Will the Swedish presidency defend... After 30 years in the EU, Sweden is now taking on this huge responsibility of taking on the presidency. I'd like to wish the government the best of luck, and I hope that
alles weer ervoor zullen zorgen dat we het best
and the most out of this presidency. Thanks.
Thank you, Abir. Next is Alice Kuhnke for 2.5 minutes.
Kuhnke na 2 minuty a půl.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Sweden, EU's new presidency state, is led by a puppet government.
Která v mnoha oblastech
policies of the extreme right. The Swedish presidency thus raises a major question mark. Is it a question of beautiful ideals or deeds in practice that will define us as a union? I'm asking this because our Prime Minister, who opened Pandora's box by inviting the far right to the negotiating table, and it was the Liberals who gave him the keys. Sweden's Prime Minister is not stupid. He's not been tricked. He knows what he's doing. He thinks it's worth it. Right-wing extremism is just something he has to accept in order to get power. And he's not alone. Unfortunately, there's an extreme right wave across the EU, and it's often enabled by conservative and liberal politicians. Heidi Fried is a survivor of the Holocaust. She reminded me, she reminded many other people as well, of course, that one grain of sand it falls on top of another, and before you know what you're dealing with, you've got a whole sand dune in front of you. A few years ago, these kind of things were unthinkable, and they've become the new normal. That you say one thing, and then
mondanak egy dolgot, és teljesen mást.
Announce fine words about the green transition and about the rule of law. But you allow climate deniers who see Viktor Orban as their model, well, you allow...
Pánem, musí být mnoho nás,
to point out each sand grain that falls. We need to ensure
Fontos tudni, hogy az emberi jogok mindenkire vonatkoznak, nem.
When unscientific decisions are taken right in the middle of a climate crisis. Coming generations will judge us harshly. They will divide us up into those who enabled this and those who resisted. Thank you.
I give the floor next to Jean-Paul Garot for 2 minutes.
Madame la Présidente, Monsieur le Premier ministre.
President Prime Minister, Sweden is taking the EU Council presidency for 6 months.
Per il semestre, in un momento in cui ci sono...
Firstly, in migration, where our continent has become a kind of giant transit area, thanks to the ideological position of the Commission, which favours high levels of immigration to the detriment of the nation states. The Frontex affair had been detected in the last year, an increase of 64% over 2021, the highest level since 2016. We rely on Sweden, in particular the Democrats within your majority, to put an end to this crazy migration policy. It comes down to saving our civilization and our national identities. On economics, our protectionist policies, smart protectionism, is an urgent response of the US and
německé pomoci, která je 200 milionů.
A plan has been adopted without any cooperation from the member states that is also creating unfair competition by the EU. We must build up a common defence and a European defence policy. We regard that these areas, however, must remain the territory of the member states. It's about sovereignty. The EU has practiced a bellicose stance in the Ukraine conflict. Under your presidency, Prime Minister, we should see a return to diplomacy. That would be a significant advance. We can only encourage you to commit yourself strongly to that indispensable route to world peace. Otherwise, we risk a war which could spread at any time. The conflict is leading to a major energy crisis and exacerbating inflation, which is very hard for families and businesses to bear. In the next 6 months, safeguarding the EU's fundamental values is going to be paramount in Hungary and Poland. We hope that your presidency doesn't play the Commission's game, which is exploiting these values to support its existing policies. Sanctioning and stigmatizing these two great democracies that have always fought for freedom is scandalous. This must see a return to reason in this very ideological debate. Thank you.
Asita Kanko for 1 minute. Asita, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Prime Minister, I would like to
Miniszterelnök úr, szeretnék gratulálni az ön kormány.
Vašoj vladi. To je ono što su Šveđani.
I thought we needed to remind that after what we heard this morning. I also want to say that a new year usually comes with new resolutions.
Og der er nye idéer og bedre beslutninger på bordet.
Lepšími rozhodnutími, ale ne v případě EU. Každý rok čelíme stejným problémům.
The same old mistakes like moralization, taboos, political correctness and inaction. Of course, we get the same old results that nobody is waiting for. You know, it's like when there is someone in your life on whom you can never count, despite 1,000 promises and excuses. We are that person. I cannot blame the voters who want to break up with us. You would too, wouldn't you? If you are always disappointed and let down and forced to pay taxes for that treatment. So, Mr. Prime Minister, your country has faced serious crime and the consequences of failed integration. Your recent elections revealed how angry and worried the Swedish people are. I hope this Swedish presidency will be the presidency of courage and determination, commitment and achievement. Sexual abuse and online protection of our children, to tackle drugs violence and money laundering, to strengthen NATO together, and to address the elephant in the room, illegal migration. Mr. Prime Minister, you have 6 months in the spotlight. Please show us the courage.
Thank you, Asita. Next in Malin Björk for 2.5 minutes.
Madam President.
I and many people have been looking forward to the Swedish presidency. Sweden has been known for being at the forefront when it comes to climate policy, equality and democracy issues. But the right-wing conservative government that is supported by a far-right party with roots in neo-Nazism, well, a lot of people like me have seen their expectations disappointed. The Prime Minister shook hands with the Holocaust survivor Hedi Fried and said that he would never cooperate with the Sweden Democrats. But 1 year later, he's doing just that. This is a government that has built its power on a party, the Sweden Democrats, who were among Putin's best friends and Orban's friends. This is a country that is sucking up to Turkey's despot Erdogan just to get NATO membership. This is a government that abolished the Swedish Environment Ministry. Yes, you've heard correctly. They abolished the Swedish Environment Department and they reduced the Swedish climate budget by 58%. We should have a minute of silence for what the Swedish government has already managed to destroy, besides simply inviting the far right into power. Seems like normal people don't get anything out from their tax. We see the issues about our constitution and transparency. We need to ensure that we have high ambition when it comes to the rights of migrants, for the climate and LGBTQI rights. We're worried about an administration that becomes more bureaucratic and administrative. But I don't feel very certain, because I'm worried that a lot of the people in power are not Democrats, they're racist, the Sweden Democrats. So I will doing everything possible to hold the Swedish presidency accountable, that we do not allow these policies to break through at the EU level. We need a humane and solid migration policy that shows solidarity, a climate policy that can give a better future to future generations. And we need to...
Seja fundamental e seja desenvolvida ao nível dos Estados-membros.
I think that we should be looking forward to. There's not...
Nesmiemo sada više izgubiti niti dana u borbi.
Demokracii proti Putinovi a proti Orbánovi.
Battle against Putin and Orbán, sorry.
Köszönöm a szót, kedves elnök asszony, tisztelt miniszterelnök úr! A svéd elnökség, ahogy hallhattuk, elkötelezett az Európai Unió egységének megőrzése mellett. Nos, az EU egységének megőrzéséről beszélni jó szándékú tévedés. Az Unió egységét ugyanis a fősodratú brüsszeli politika az elmúlt években szétverte. Ennek a következménye és bizonyítéka a Brexit, az EU második legnagyobb és legerősebb tagállamának a kilépése az Unióból.
Tamás, I'm sorry, but there's no interpretation. We haven't.
We have a technical problem.
Does it work now? Sorry, Tamás. Should work now. Go ahead. You can start over. Microphone. Okay.
Köszönöm a szót, kedves elnökasszony, tisztelt miniszterelnök.
Thank you, Madam President.
Predsedníčka, vážený pán premiér.
Yes, the Swedish presidency is taking action to preserve European unity, but preserving European unity
Obrana evropské jednoty je omyl.
because there is no such unity since the Brussels bureaucracy
Politik og byråkrati har ødelagt den.
unity. Brexit is the proof of this, namely the second biggest
Členský stát opustil Unii. To je výsledek
result of Brussels politics. As for illegal migrants, the member states
praktisch alleingelassen.
are basically being left alone. Traditional European values, religion, family, nation, are now the targets of Brussels.
Beleid van Brussel. De soevereiniteit van de
lidstaten is to be undermined, and that has destroyed the unity of the
l'unità europea. Il nostro obiettivo deve essere quello di
brüsszeli politika helyett a szerződések.
Turnaround. We need a different Brussels policy, namely upholding the treaties, and we must respect European diversity.
Siegfried Mureşan for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, President. Prime Minister, welcome to the European Parliament, and thank you for assuming this important role of leadership on behalf of all of the European Union in these important times. Let me address two topics. Firstly, competitiveness. The Swedish government is
Omenim dvoje. Konkurenčna švedska vlada
on the agenda of the European Union in this first half of the year because we can only ensure high standards of living in Europe. We can only ensure high social standards if our
sociale ridicate doar dacă economia
we produce goods that are demanded on the global markets to support the competitiveness of our economy. In the conference on the future of Europe, Prime Minister, we have proposed the
na konferenciji o budućnosti Europe predložili
European level, which means that whenever the European Commission will propose legislation in the future, it should make sure that this improves, it strengthens the competitiveness of our economy. It does
tesz, akkor ez jelentse azt.
And request to you is to make sure that we work together, because this idea was supported in the Conference on the Future of Europe by governments, by Commission, by citizens, by European Parliament and national parliaments. Let's work together for this idea to see the light of the day. Second topic, the enlargement of the Schengen area.
L'ampliamento.
We could not unanimously agree on the accession of Bulgaria.
atteindre un accord sur l'adhésion de la Roumanie et la Bulgarie.
Fulfill all of the required conditions, as the European Commission has repeatedly said. This is why, Prime Minister, let us keep this topic high on the agenda to make sure we can fulfill this commitment, because as the accession of Finland and Sweden to NATO would make us all safer, the accession of Bulgaria and Romania to the Schengen area would also make us all safer. Thank you very much. Let's deliver.
Thank you, Siegfried. Next, for 1 minute, Eero Heinäluoma.
Fru talman.
Madam President, Sweden has had an important and constructive role in previous presidencies. Swedish foreign policy is well known and respected. Similarly, Sweden has always stood up for democracy, human rights and equality. But now questions are being asked about how the new government will be performing. Will it be different?
Sera-t-il différent?
Prime Minister, it is very worrying that your government is dependent upon an extreme right party for support. In the European Parliament, we hope that Sweden continues to fight with strong engagement for the rule of law and democracy. Support for Ukraine has to continue without the shadow of a doubt. Strong measures will be required to stop
klimaatverandering te stoppen.
Reform of the electricity market.
Het is wat de burgers verwachten.
But let's not forget the important work that Sweden needs to do for a social Europe, equality and better working conditions particularly for platform workers, are on the agenda. Without a social Europe, we have no Europe at all.
Next is Karen Karlsbro for 1.5 minutes.
Fru talman,
Madam President, Commission, Prime Minister. European cooperation. Europe has developed from a battle to being one of the world's best places to live, with freedom and democracy. But this didn't happen all on its own. The EU is the result of
Samo od sebe Evropská unie je výsledkem kompromisu a
It is what it is, thanks to will, power and visions. I'm glad that Ulf Kristersson has been so clear that Sweden, as the presidency country, will be working hard for the values that we most highly value. The message to Hungary and Poland and to all the right-wing populists in Europe is totally clear.
Jasný. Musí to znamenat, že
don't accept the rules of the game, there are consequences. If you turn your back on the EU's values, then you're also saying no to funds. Europe is not a cash point. A strong democratic EU is required if we are going to continue to develop the EU as the world's greatest environmental organization. That Europe has to take the lead in climate cooperation. You cannot allow climate denialism to put the brakes on for EU climate work. So I'm very pleased to see that the presidency
klimatický balíček EU. A konečně, jak říkal premiér,
and bring it home to port. Ukraine is not just fighting for its own existence, but it's fighting for us. We have to continue to give Ukraine our full support.
És éppen ezért ebben is együtt kell működnünk.
Year ahead of us. Thanks.
5 minutes now.
Herr Premierminister Kristersson, Sie übernehmen den Ratsvorsitz einer...
Prime Minister Kristersson, you take on the Council presidency in a tense time. The EU is seeming to get through winter than we all felt, but it's still not the time to breathe out. We need a Council presidency prepared to be courageous.
Potřebuje idéologie nationale. Nous avons besoin d'une présidence
that clearly can acknowledge EU cooperation and deliver the goods.
Az Európai Unió mellett. A zöldek
doubts about whether you'll do that. Your alliance, which tolerates a far-right EU,
švédských demokratů ničí v celé Evropě.
Is destroying a lot of trust in Europe. The good reputation of the Swedish government in Europe has been destroyed.
La tradition de vos prédécesseurs,
democratic traditions of your predecessors, and work and deliver for Europe as a whole. In a crisis, we can't afford a council presidency which is the council presidency which unambiguously stands behind.
Com relação aos valores europeus, precisamos de uma presidência do
council presidency that is unambiguously on the side of the rule of law, minorities and strengthening the EU institutions. We need a council presidency that is also prepared to take new steps.
Amely új impulzusokat is magával hoz.
See competitiveness and industrial policy as priorities, and we salute Northvolt and other innovative Swedish corporations. But what are they calling for? Active EU industrial policy, an EU fund with common strategic investments in green technologies and setups. So clear the path for that.
Med at gøre, hvor man bare blokerer det hele, som Sverige har gjort.
See the financing blocked all the time.
Musíme byť pripravení na stôl predkladať aj nové.
This on for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. Dear Prime Minister of Sweden. The
Swedish presidency.
Švedijos pirmininkavimas pirmąjį metų pusmetį.
Important one, particularly if we consider that
wichtig, insbesondere dass Schweden nun endlich eine richtige.
Sweden is an example, a sad example of the effects of uncontrolled immigration and how that could damage the lives. And this is an acute problem across the EU. You should always ask the Sweden Democrats for advice on this issue, because they have been warning of these dangers for many years. That's why I hope that Sweden's presidency will put greater weight on the need to control Europe's external borders, prevent illegal immigration, and primarily
majd Európa külső határainak a védelme.
No less important for this presidency has to be energy policy. The Swedish government has already shown some healthy common sense by...
Men samma sunda förnuft behövs också under
észt követi, mert úgy döntött, hogy az atomenergia
be needed during the presidency. Now we need the EU to walk back on its talk of a green revolutionary utopia, which is not realistic either economically or even in preventing climate change. Finally,
zvýšit výdaje na obranu.
Decision to increase its defence expenditure again in the context of Russian aggression, which is important for Sweden itself, but also for Northern Europe and Estonia. I'd like to wish you strength and success, and I hope that Sweden will partially repair some of the damage that's already been done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jaak. Next is Carlo Fidanza for 1 minute.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Prime Minister, center-right Swedish government will be at the helm of the Council at a time where we are being rocked by the dramatic consequences of the war in Ukraine. We have to increase our defense capacity to fight against external threats. We have to fight against illegal migration. On the 9th and 10th of February, there was extraordinary council to start on this. We need focus on migration. We also have to make sure we have innovative tools for our businesses and not old damaging recipes for the internal market. We've got to make sure we have security of energy supply and the same when it comes to commodities and raw materials. We have to make sure that the green transition is more sustainable from an economic and social point of view. We have to be very
y eficacia podrá hacerse. Buena suerte, buen trabajo.
Willumsen for 1 minute.
Gracias, Nikolai Willumsen. 1 minuto.
Prime Minister, the Swedish EU presidency has many challenges: war, energy crisis, climate battle, and a grotesquely growing economic inequality, also here in Europe. These are all important areas, but today I would like to focus on something which is too often overlooked, that is working conditions for most people.
Para la mayoría de los trabajadores.
We'll be negotiating about both the Platform Directive and about the EU's new rules for asbestos. In both cases, it's important that protection of workers is central. We must protect the rights of platform workers. We should not protect the profits of the great platform giants. And we should also protect millions of EU citizens' lives and health from the deadly asbestos. I hope Sweden will contribute to that. Don't just look at profit.
Älkää pelkästään katsoko voittoja.
There's much more in the long term. Ulf Kristersson, it's time to start working for most people.
This is Nicolas Bay for 1 minute.
Monsieur le Premier ministre,
Prime Minister, the right is back in power in Sweden and Europeans already reaping the benefits. Stockholm made it clear very quickly its EU presidency would not be the presidency of migrant redistribution. After decades of openness and unlimited reception, with 1/5 of the population having been born abroad, it is very clear there's been a huge increase in the number of homicides, rapes, thefts, and police stations being attacked with hand grenades. Mass migration, even in a country which is the most generous in the world, is a resounding failure that has turned some cities of the Scandinavian paradise into Afghan suburbs. We have to make sure that we don't have more migrants arriving here. Some ideas to develop during your presidency, Prime Minister.
In plaats van
illegal migrants, expelling them, instead of disarming Frontex, giving them the right means to protect our borders.
Trafiquants d'êtres humains, les pointer du doigt et les sanctionner.
In human trafficking, pointing the finger at them and sanctioning them. Stockholm has returned to its senses. Let's hope that Brussels follows its example.
Xavier Benami pour un minute et demi.
Merci Madame la Présidente, Monsieur le Premier ministre.
Thank you, Madam President. Prime Minister, welcome to Strasbourg. The Swedish presidency is opening, as you recalled, at a time of major crisis, and I'd like to thank you because in this context you are, through your government, demonstrating it's possible to repair Europe. You say
kurssia. Haluatte vapaampaa vihreää.
Europe, greener, not against science, but as you do, basing yourself on the best of European intelligence, in particular the nuclear industry, which will help us get beyond carbon more safely. And, of course, we haven't been able to stop control the border. And you talk about a safer Europe, spending more money doesn't necessarily make our societies more prosperous. We're trying to allow freedom and leaving member states their role and responsibility. Prime Minister, we face existential challenges. In the wonderful journey of Niels Elderson, Maluf said that intelligence makes us stand out amongst princes, but I think you will demonstrate that intelligence and that wisdom. You can rely on your political family, the EPP, for supporting you in that route, despite all the adversity and despite the denials of reality that continue to prosper in the EU institutions. We need a strong Swedish presidency to repair Europe and strengthen it in the dreadful international context we are familiar with today. Prime Minister, good luck.
Adesso Brando Benifei.
Brando Benifei, 1 minute.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President Metsola. Prime Minister, Sweden takes up the baton at a crucial historical moment. We have to make sure that we work towards a greener Europe that will be a trailblazer when it comes to climate neutrality up to 2050, reducing net emissions by at least 55% by 2030. Let us not stop and let us not go backwards. We need those who are dealing with migration to stick together. You cannot look the other way. You cannot postpone the work on the Migration Pact to 2024. This is unacceptable. We cannot be held hostage by vetoes and a certain approach by throwing a spanner in the works. Artificial intelligence is also very important. I'm eagerly awaiting negotiations together with Mr. Tudorache, the co-rapporteur. But I would like to tell you the European Parliament is going to stand firm and make sure that we don't have mass biometric surveillance of people and the lowering of standards. We need a more united and stronger Europe closer to its citizens. Thank you. Mr. Danti, 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam President. Prime Minister, colleagues, the Swedish presidency is going to be decisive in completing quite a number of key files for this.
En del frågor som går in. Finns också la directiva sobre
measures on energy efficiency and renewables. These are important instruments for freeing ourselves from dependence on Russian gas and for solving an energy crisis. And I'm glad to see that the presidency wants a high level of ambition. I'm also pleased to see that their attention is being paid to trade, particularly important at the historical moment we face. Only by diversifying our energy sources, not giving in to the temptation to close ourselves to the world, that's the only way we can bring together sovereignty and freedom and try and solve some of the issues that have been afflicting us in recent months. But it's not all good news. Statements from the Swedish government, which has been using sovereignist language when it comes to finding a solution to the migration issues. This is a short-sighted approach. A common management of flows is the only solution. And that is a decisive issue for the future of our union. Thank you.
Dank u wel. Tineke Strik, 1,5 minuut.
Dear President, Council Presidency, Mr. Christensen and Commissioners.
Ordförandeskapet.
Stage. The Council reached agreements on border control and security pretty rapidly, but it stalls on the question how to share responsibility. And the pact is not a pick and choose game. It is a package to ensure all elements, protection standards, equal division of responsibility and security measures. And it's upon the Swedish presidency to complete this whole package in time. And the success of the pact hangs upon a strong and effective solidarity mechanism based on common responsibility. This is the key to ending pushback practices and lives lost at sea, and the key to ensuring proper asylum procedures. And it's the key we expect you to use to end the deadlock. And give me one hint. The first entry rule in the current Dublin regulation is not fair for the border countries, but it does not work in practice either. But taking common responsibility, which I think we should do, does not mean a common effort to shift it to third countries. This is what happens with prioritising migration in all EU foreign policies. Development aid aims at reducing poverty, not at returning migrants. The idea to refuse tariff preferences to the least developed countries if they don't cooperate is a new low in this tendency of migration deals. I wish the Swedish government a successful presidency with the right sense of responsibility inside and outside the EU and a sound moral compass. Thank you.
Thank you, Tineke. I don't see Teuvo Hakkarainen, so we'll go straight to Bogdan Ronsa. 1 minute.
Thank you. Są prawicowe partie I są prawicowi wyborcy.
So we have right-wing parliaments, we have right-wing voters. That's why there are right-wing governments who will bring back competitiveness and order in our European Union. And we're very pleased that the Swedish Prime Minister has set out some very reasonable priorities, which we accept and we support. We're pleased that everyone is in favor of energy independence and nuclear energy in particular, because that will ensure stability in the European Union. We, of course, have to think.
¿Qué hacemos con los refugiados? Y está claro que hay que luchar.
Use illegal immigration to the European Union, because the illegal immigration causes a lot of problems for us within the Union. Starting with the European Parliament, I mean, the European Parliament has criticized Poland for not respecting law and order. What about law and order in this House? And we also need to be economically competitive and not ideologically opposed to Asia and the United States just because we don't like them. Thank you.
Take is next for 1.5 minutes.
Kommissar, sehr geehrter Herr
Commissioner, Prime Minister, President, I'm very much looking forward to the Swedish presidency, because I'm sure that two areas that are close to my heart will be dealt with. First of all, competitiveness of the European economy, and secondly, concrete measures for
a migrációs válság megoldása, ami
I think everyone in this parliament is interested in what our companies need to be successful, innovative and competitive. Ultimately, at the moment,
egy globális verseny zajlik, éppen ezért fontos, hogy válságidőkben
that we provide support to our companies, but nevertheless, we need to deal with the subject of excess bureaucracy.
För det här är ju någonting som bara skrämmer bort våra
do more relocations outside Europe.
Musíme
the measures that we have been taking in recent years have led to more bureaucracy for entrepreneurs rather than less. The Swedish members in the EPP are doing an excellent job, and I hope that you will help us to fight against the bureaucratic monster. Secondly, on the subject of migration, the European Union, once again, is facing a migration crisis. In my region of Austria, we are some of the most affected regions, and we are taking on more refugees than pretty much any country in Europe. The Council and the Parliament have already committed themselves to implementing the objectives of the Asylum and Migration Pact. And with your Swedish experience, I'm sure that we'll find a good solution. Best of luck.
Moreno Sanchez for 1 minute.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Vice President, Prime Minister. Of course, your presidency has to continue fleshing out the policies linked to the priorities of our societies, the fight against inflation and climate change. But today I'd like to talk about an outstanding issue. If we don't tackle it, there will be medium-term and long-term problems, and that's migration policy, especially legal migration paths. All the studies show that we need more manpower in the EU, and we have moved towards a health union and an energy union. Let's do the same when it comes to common migration policy.
Eli meidän pitäisi nyt jo hyväksyä
paktumot tető alá hozni.
And that is why we also have to develop legal migration paths, especially when it comes to the single permit and long-term workers. We're working very hard and quickly here in the European Parliament to achieve that, and we count on the Swedish presidency to help reach a consensus in the Council and the Commission. President, Vice President, Prime Minister, I hope you have a safe, secure, health.
Kiitos.
Next is Dragos Tudorache for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam President. Dear Prime Minister,
Kedves miniszterelnök úr, nagyon sok prioritás.
Energy, migration, economy, many important debates and decisions to come. I'm confident you will fulfill your objectives, and together with many of my colleagues, you have our support for doing that. But I wish to put on your political radar, just like my colleague did a few minutes ago, the issue of Schengen for Romania and Bulgaria, because whatever happened at the GHA Council in December erodes the very logic of how the Council works. We had over years many examples of member states abusing unanimity, playing their vetoes for political gain, but at the end of the day, there was always a trade-off that allowed the majority to prevail, that allowed reason to prevail. In December, we didn't have that. We had a member state that simply said no, that accepted no evidence, no facts. By the Commission, by fellow member states to find solutions. In fact, it wanted no solution. And such unwillingness to compromise is a precedent that erodes the Council's cohesion and pushes European citizens to lose faith in how Europe serves them. You must now work to reverse this precedent, and the sooner you do this, the better. This Parliament has been a consistent advocate for completing Schengen integration. We can count on our support in the months to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dragos. Next is Kirinka for 1 minute.
Signora Presidente Christensen, onorevoli colleghi, per far fronte alla crisi del costo della vita,
deal with the cost of living crisis exacerbated by the energy crisis and with the climate crisis, we have a simple solution, which is to insulate homes. As rapporteur,
byggnader, och vi har ju direktiv.
Energy performance in buildings report. I would like the EU and the member states to tackle this crisis.
Isto vrijeme bore protiv takvih problema.
A third of greenhouse gas emissions in the EU. A restructuring plan at a European level would create hundreds of thousands of jobs locally and would contribute to tackling these two crises with ambitious minimum standards for energy performance. We could put behind us energy poverty that is crippling many millions of Europeans, and this would be a social safeguard and protect those most at risk. I do hope that there will be productive negotiations with the Swedish presidency. Thank you.
Next is Harald Wilimski for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen, First of all, I'd like to express my pleasure that in Sweden we have a government in control that has turned away from this leftist path that has brought Sweden into so much trouble in recent years. And now we have Sweden as the council presidency.
Nous pourrons, grâce à ce gouvernement, garantir de bonnes. Ik ken de Zweedse democraten al jaren als.
That does good, fair politics for their own country, and they are also responding to a large part of public opinion in Europe. I could mention Hungary, where Viktor Orban has won fair elections. In Italy, we've got Meloni and Salvini in power. There's the situation in Poland. And I could also mention the situation in my own country, in Austria, where we are pursuing policies that are now breaking through
på ett positivt sätt som står för mångfald.
Really support diversity on our continent so that cultures can come together in friendship. We should be turning away instead from a policy of mass migration, abuse of our social welfare systems, abuse of our asylum systems. Let's hope that we can push Europe into a better future. The diversity of cultures is the precondition for ensuring that our continent will be prosperous and do well, so that we as an EU can do well, so we don't end up with some mishmash situation where all cultures end up losing at the end of the day and people turn away from Europe. Thank you very much.
Rowson for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Prime Minister, one of your priorities is to reach an agreement with the ACP countries. More and more ACP representatives are worried about the agreement in question, especially when it comes to sexual and reproductive health rights provisions, because they see it as an obligation to legalize abortion.
Pitävät syntymättömän elämän
to the protection of life before birth.
Låt det förbli så. Och därför vänder jag mig.
I urge you.
Sinvas.
This populist these morals on others.
Din idea populista
comes to life because life is a gift from God. So I appeal to you for your support. And of course, there is the issue of freedom to get enough. We need to make sure that we have a considerable budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Minister, colleagues, Prime Minister, you can count upon the European Parliament in giving concrete form to the objectives that you've set. That's to say, a safer, freer, more competitive Europe that defends European values at the same time. We hope that we can also count upon the Council in achieving these objectives. It's not enough just to discuss and analyse. We need to bring these files through to a conclusion. We need strategic autonomy, but for that we need projects. And we need to ensure they don't have an excessively high cost for our citizens. How much are we paying for the fact that we do not have secure supply for energy? We need an energy union, a digital union. We need civil protection. We need safe connectivity. We need EU security and defence. And for all of that, we need resources. We need financial resources. Now, we are happy to review the multi-annual financial framework in order to harness it for these common objectives. The Council says it's available for reviewing the MFF. That's an important point to bear in mind. So what we need is new revenue. We need to show solidarity with future generations. And we need to look at the cost of next generation EU and the debt that's been taken out for the national resilience plans. We need a robust budget for a strong European Union. And there's another point we shouldn't forget, and that's our relationship with those who also defend European values. That's why it's important that
att våra yttre förbindelser går hand i hand med
le noastre și suveranitatea.
Pomůže naší suverenitě.
has to be taken out of the drawer and pushed through to a conclusion.
Thank you very much. Fru talman.
Madam President, members, Prime Minister.
I'm
proud and happy that the Swedish presidency was initiated in my own home region, northern Sweden. This region has a lot of the technology and development that we need for the green transition, fossil-free steel, battery factory.
Energi.
But if we're going to achieve our full potential, we need to build a society to go with it. And we need all levels of society to be with us. We need better functioning infrastructure. We need education and training skills. We need roads and railways. Local authorities need to get more support across the EU. And it's not just me and the opposition who are saying these things. The state needs to deliver. And the state needs to deliver across a whole range of areas. On Swedish radio, I heard a businessman talking about the investment that the Prime Minister was pushing with
kommer att finnas vindkraft, för det är det vi kan få på några års sikt. Om 15 år kan vi ha ny kärnkraft.
Years time, we might have new nuclear power online, but then it will be too late. So my hope is that the Swedish presidency will clear up all the concerns around the green transition and energy, and building a Sweden that is cohesive and developing the whole of the EU in a cohesive manner. Small countries can use fine words. We've heard plenty of those. But we don't need just fine words.
Det är att vara ett föredöme.
Changing the situation. No, we have to act as a model. That is one way to have influence. Thank you very much, and good luck, Sweden.
Bien Keller for 1 minute.
Madame la Présidente. Fru talman, herr statsminister.
President, Prime Minister Christensen, Minister for European Affairs, Vice President Šefčovič. The 6 months of the Swedish presidency will be decisive in terms of a major reform expected for a long time, but held in deadlock for a long time, which is the European policy on asylum and migration, which was presented in September 2020. This asylum and migration pact is finally making progress, in particular thanks to establishing a joint roadmap between Parliament and Council, as requested by my group, Renew Europe. We want that reform adopted by April 2024. The war in Ukraine and numerous crises around us show how much a migration asylum reform is necessary, how much we need to be able to take in to fight against human trafficking. Prime Minister, are you prepared to make progress with all pro-European centrist forces on this European Pact on Asylum and Migration? Thank you.
Merci Fabienne. Next is Anna Zalewska for 1 minute.
Pani Przewodnicząca, Panie Premierze.
Dear Prime Minister, Madam President, the ambitious intentions of the presidency are very important because we're confronting a very difficult year. It will be more difficult than the one that has just ended. War has not come to an end. We must remain unified in our support for Ukraine, but also for the refugees. For those countries that have received Ukrainian refugees, including Poland, have to be supported. Poland has not received a single euro from Brussels to help with lots of moral support, but no financial support, and we are supporting millions of refugees. So it's a difficult year. The Fit for 55 package is still being worked on, but not really moving forward. And that was something that we started working on even before the war broke out.
Samtidigt så har vi ett direktiv som har kört fast.
Directive, which will have to be verified by the presidency, concerning taxation of coal and there are huge increases in prices and profits for the distributors. And then there are the corruption scandals in the European Parliament. The European Parliament has been hugely weakened, and I'm very surprised by the leader of the Socialist group, who really should bring her own house in order before moralizing. Thank you.
Thank you. Vážený pane předsedo vlády, jako zástupkyně České republiky.
Prime Minister, as a representative of the Czech Republic in the European Parliament, I welcome that you have supported many priorities that were launched by the Czech presidency. The Ukraine, as you said, in Ukraine, they fight for our values, for our way of life. So you, together with all the members of the EU, wish to support the Ukraine in military, humanitarian terms. Are you going to support a new sanction package which is responding to further Russian attacks against civilians? We also have to deal with the impact of the Russian aggression on our economies and citizens. The Parliament is going to talk about inflation, food prices. Food security should continue to be the centre of our attention. The Swedish presidency should continue along this path. It should ensure food security and support for European farmers. We are awaiting new legislation, new GMO technologies, proposals that are to be presented in this period. I wish the Swedish presidency accelerate works on the new committed by Putin, his government, and Russia. I hope the Swedish presidency established. I wish the Swedish presidency is active in stopping by Ukrainian citizens, children.
De ucranianos y
this is genocide and against the Ukrainian nation and crime against children and their rights. I wish you a lot of strength, a lot of energy in order to maintain.
Och jag hoppas att ni har den styrka som behövs.
Tiene que estar. Muchas gracias. El señor Nica, un minuto.
Mulțumesc, doamna președintă.
Thank you very much, President, Vice President Shevchevich.
În cadrul acestei președinții pe care sunt convins că o veți
wish you the best of success.
Jag önskar er all framgång.
The council will be a great success. There's a major priority, Romanian access to the Schengen. You're known as being a correct and democratic society in Sweden, and we hope that you'll be the champion of putting right this great wrong done against Romania, because despite European regulations and in spite of all the checks carried out by the European Commission,
de a fi cetățeni pe deplin al Uniunii Europene.
That is being full citizens of the European Union. Prime Minister, when it comes to prices, when it comes to inflations, when it comes to the 3 million Ukrainian refugees passing through Romania, I think there should be some acknowledgement paid to that. There's a lot of goods traffic also coming through Romania. So please put right this wrong. The signs are good. I think this is the right time for you to put right has been done against Romania, and the Romanians please work towards Romanian accession to the Schengen area. Thank you, Prime Minister.
Kyuchuk for 1 minute.
Благодаря, госпожо председател. Уважаеми господин министър-председател.
Thank you, President, Mr. Prime Minister.
Supriministru. Hyvät kollegat, haluan toivottaa sav mogući uspjeh švedskom predsjedništvu.
Topics that you're going to work on, we need to be united supporting Ukraine. We need to work on energy. We need to work on a lot of geopolitical subjects. There are two subjects that have not been mentioned by you.
Dvojega pa niste omenili, gospod predsednik vlade.
An area. Bulgaria and Romania need to be.
Bulgarija in pa Romunija morata čim prej postati.
This one of your subjects. How are we going to win the hearts of European citizens? How are we going to make sure that in 2024 everybody strives for an ambitious European project? If Bulgaria and Romania are yet still waiting. And another important topic, the Western Balkans. Are you going to continue the policies of the previous
politike koji su
on the Western Balkans, but you haven't included this topic in your priorities? Is there going to be a summit?
Que vous aurez un sommet
The Balkans. It's a very important geopolitical issues, no matter who holds the presidency.
510. There you go.
Thank you. Tack så mycket för ordet.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor, Madam President. The Swedish presidency is coming at just the right moment. People across Europe are concerned. We've got a number of crises ahead of us. We've got energy crisis, the war between Europe and Ukraine, inflation, but particularly fuel prices are high for normal people. Innovation has been very important for Sweden and will be important for the future. We are a model for other countries, and we should be, but the Swedish government is showing how important it is to have good cooperation between different groups and different political orientations. That allows inclusion of people with different political opinions. So, for all of us in this House, we all have been elected democratically to this House, but many people in this House have an odd view of democracy. Their political ideas seem to be just throwing stones at others. I hope that Ulf Kristersson's government will be successful and have the best of luck in the presidency. Thanks.
Thank you, Peter. Sean Kelly is next for 1.5 minutes.
Roberta, Frivara, Corda. Sweden takes on the presidency of the Council at a time of great flux for the EU, as we face numerous political, economic and security challenges. Almost 1 year ago, Putin's tanks rolled into Ukraine and began his bloody war of aggression. The war in Ukraine exposed vulnerabilities.
C'est cette guerre d'agression. Cela a exposé les vulnérabilités.
Triggered an unprecedented energy crisis.
Energetickou krizi v našem bloku.
Our energy system. I call on the Swedish government during its presidency of the Council to draw on Sweden's long-standing reputation
z dlouhodobé reputace švédské
that allow for the efficient production, storage and distribution of energy to citizens and businesses across Europe, guided by the energy efficiency first principle. In particular, I sincerely hope that during the Swedish presidency, the Parliament and the Council can work closely to secure an agreement on the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive, of which I am the lead negotiator on behalf of the EPP Group. This file is particularly unique and addresses a fundamental pillar of achieving our climate goals, the built environment. Difficult decisions will have to be made, but as legislators, it is our responsibility to look at our long-term interests regardless of political gain. Disinformation about the EPPD is already starting to circulate, and the EU institutions and member state governments must take action to set the record straight. It is my hope that the Swedish presidency
jednat. Doufám, že švédské předsednictví
Importante che la presidenza svedese assuma leadership
6 months to deliver a strong and effective EPPD.
Thank you. Sean Margarita Marquez for 1 minute.
Muito obrigada, Senhora Presidente.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Prime Minister, Vice President Šefčovič, the revision of the rules for economic governance of the EU and the debate on new own resources to finance the challenges we face at the European level, these are two of the most important points on the European agenda of this semester. When it comes to economic governance, we need the presidency to get an agreement in the Council so that the legislative proposals actually get through and the Parliament is in a position to play its role as co-legislator. The Member States need clear, simple, transparent, balanced, timely rules so that they can prepare their national budgets for 2024. We need to know what the intentions of the EU institutions are when it comes to activating or disactivating the escape clause. And when it comes to new own resources,
bisogna avere lo stesso spirito
meeting the commitments we've taken under Next Generation EU, but also for raising the level of ambition of the EU. It's not enough to talk about strategic autonomy. We need to build it and finance it. So on these two issues, we hope that the Swedish presidency feels the urgency. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Margarita. Nils Torvalds is next for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam President. Put on your seatbelts and your headphones because I'm going to speak in Swedish.
Biztonsági öveiket, és tegyék fel a...
Vad är det Sverige kunde göra så?
Well, what can Sweden do as a presidency? What can they do better? There's an unfortunate tendency in the European Union to describe
Décrire sous des couleurs.
No je skvělé, plynou peníze a tak.
But more realism could create more trust. We might need a bit of that.
De confiance, d'abord.
The legal debate on the EU, there's a term that recurs, competence creep. Well, what does that actually mean? It means that the border between what the Union should be doing and what others should be doing is a little bit of a grey area. And that gives space for a number of populist movements. Well, I'm sure you know them very well. We certainly know them in Finland and in pretty much all European countries. The legislative process starts with Council conclusions.
Concluzii, însă dacă analizăm îndeaproape
Closely, the situation is a bit problematic.
Heel los, heel weinig concreet.
Vague. They don't steer the process the way that would better reflect the member state.
Det finns en dikt av min gudfar Niels Ferlin.
Ferlin once said, "Have you lost your words and your papers?" Use that as a moment to think twice, to think whether what you had written was any good. And in most cases, Council conclusions are very badly written. There was a good reference.
Du sa det, jag vaknade upp.
You said, "I woke up in Helsinki." I was very pleased with that. Thanks a lot.
Tack, Nils. The next is Benoît Ludgen pour 1 minute. Benoît, tu as la parole.
Monsieur le Premier ministre, du soutien à l'Ukraine.
Domnule prim-ministru,
You talked about supporting Ukraine.
politisch, aber auch militärisch gesehen zu einer Priorität Ihrer Präsidentschaft.
Absolute priority of your presidency, which is something I welcome. You've seen during recent days, however, the
țările europene când vine vorba de sprijinul, mai ales cel armat.
countries have shown when it comes to providing military support.
Pour renforcer ce qui me paraît essentiel.
To boost European defence, which I think is essential for our sovereignty and independence and will show the strength of Europe. Now, this sovereignty also relates to
Sectoarele strategice, energie, digital,
energy, health, defence, which I've already mentioned, etc.
Den här självständigheten, den
Sovereignty really shows our independence and strength. It shows it to our citizens, but also to the rest of the world. And I hope, Prime Minister, you will move in this direction during your presidency to ensure that our independence is strong.
És a demokratikus értékeinket.
Democratic values, which are crucial for the rest of the world and for Europeans. Thank you.
It's Birgit Sippel's time for 1 minute.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you. Digitalisation, artificial intelligence, drivers for more innovation and opportunity in Europe. We need to look at digital fundamental rights from the outset, however. Looking at the work programme for the Swedish presidency, what I see is that the digital agenda is not all that
Roll och data. Und dabei ist es höchste Zeit, dass
in passing, it is high time that e-privacy becomes a top priority. We need an agreement here so that we know that we can rely on our communications being confidential. We need legal certainty for companies in Europe. And what about people? They want to be able to communicate without fearing that they will be profiled when they browse on the internet or that their communications will be leaked. So recognise the protection of digital fundamental rights. Finally, once and for all, reach an agreement.
Thank you, Birgit. Next is Eva Popcheva for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam President. Dear Prime Minister, thank you for coming. Vice President Šefčovič, I would like to congratulate you, Mr. Prime Minister, that anti-money laundering is also one of your priorities under your presidency. It is definitely also a priority for this House, much more so after Qatargate and the realization that this Parliament is not immune to corruption. The EU's hands-off approach towards dirty money has only yielded scandals. The time has come to crack down on it. The EU must be bolder than ever if it wants to put an end to its complicity towards illicit finance.
Detta med att bekämpa felaktighet.
To put an end to economic nationalism. To make sure Russian oligarchs pay for their complicity in the crimes that are being committed in Ukraine. This new authority will be a game changer. An EU-wide supervisor able to utilise financial intelligence too. Thanks to it, the EU will no longer be laundromat for tax evaders and other criminals. I look very much forward to working with you, with the Swedish presidency.
Gratulálok a svéd elnökségnek.
Get it done.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Eva Andrius-Kubilius next for 1 minute. Go ahead, Andrius.
Dear Prime Minister, dear Swedish colleagues, first of all, I would like to congratulate and to thank Swedish Prime Minister for such a clear statement on Ukraine being a major strategic priority for Swedish presidency. And I would like to stress the importance of just a few points of this broad Ukraine agenda. It would be very important that during Swedish presidency, decisions should be made in order to start EU membership negotiations with Ukraine and Moldova during this year. We need to win not only military battles, but also political and geopolitical battles against Kremlin. Second, as it was mentioned by my colleagues, during this week, European Parliament, I hope, will pass a resolution on the establishment of a special tribunal for the crime of war aggression. I hope that the Swedish presidency, together with Ukrainian authorities, will do everything this tribunal to be established during this year. And the last point, after Kremlin once more terrorist attack against apartment buildings, this time in Dnipro, I hope that the Swedish presidency will put Wagner and other Russian military groups onto EU list of terrorist organisations, as the European Parliament recently demanded. Good luck. Lycka till.
Thank you very much, Andrews. Next is Thijs Ruijten for 1 minute.
President, Presidency, Commission, security, effective management, operational and strategic cooperation. Do not be misguided. These words are not about enhanced cooperation on defence. These come from the Swedish Presidency intentions on asylum and migration pact. And I'm aware of the political background of the Swedish government, and I did not expect many nice words. Nevertheless, I think it's important to emphasise that we are always talking about people, people like all of us here. Dehumanising them leads to crowded refugee camps, pushbacks, even shooting at our borders. Dehumanising them leads to unfounded fears in our society instead of solidarity we need. And only by including humanity and solidarity in our European asylum and migration policy, we can come out better and stronger together. And I noticed that the rule of law and fundamental rights are priorities of the presidency, and I applaud that. But I will ask you, be consistent and make these only when electorally convenient. Having said this, I wish you all the best and look forward to a fruitful cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Thijs. Next is Dacian Cioloș for 1 minute. Dacian, you have the floor.
Domnule prim-ministru, vin din România și nu vă...
Prime Minister, I come from Romania, and it will be no surprise to you that I will talk about my country. For me and millions of Romanians and Bulgarians, blocking our legitimate access to Schengen was a huge disappointment at the end of last year. This can have incalculable consequences if this is not actively addressed in coming months.
Jos mitään ei tehdä asialle. Nyt on
correct this injustice through diplomacy, through proactive mediation, in order to overcome these blockages, especially when it comes to Austria and the Netherlands. Unless this is done, any discussion about European solidarity
suhtaudutaan kyllä
with mistrust by citizens who believe in solidarity and have a strong attachment to European values.
Migratoria no debería bloquear.
Asylum and migration must not block
hinder i vägen för att Rumänien och Bulgarien
Bulgarian citizens to be part of the Schengen area. With political will, all the prerequisites are in place for a decision on accession to Schengen by the end of his presidency. Thank you.
Dacian, next is Carlo Ressler for 1 minute.
Het einde van uw voorzitterschap.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Mr. Prime Minister, dear colleagues. In the new era, as the best place to live in the whole world, title needs to seriously think about investing in its security, including the state border security and the economic and technological competitiveness. Your president in a good direction. Therefore, I salute your focus. Energy. All of these topics that have a critical influence to everybody's life and are a true test of European policies and the European civilization. Do not neglect work in our immediate neighborhood, Bosnia and Herzegovina and other countries in southeast of Europe, because this is the key, it is important, and it is something that concerns all of us. The Czech presidency, Croatia will remember as a very good and quality time, and I wish all the success to Sweden in difficult times. Let us get back to our basics, to our roots. Common sense policies are something that made Sweden and Europe what it is today, and they will preserve Europe in the future. Thank you.
Carlo, I give the floor next to Lukasz Kohut.
До което сме стигнали. Господин Kohut.
Pani Przewodnicząca, Panie Premierze, bardzo się cieszę, że to właśnie Królestwo Szwecji będzie przewodzić przez nas.
Thank you. Well, the Swedish presidency is now taking over the helm of the European Union, and I'm very pleased because Sweden is a country that takes up challenges and acts. For example, you've joined NATO and in Europe, we need brave leadership during these difficult times. We need a consensus to build European security and defence policy. We need to help Ukraine as well. Ukraine is fighting for European values for all of us. But we also need leadership that is not afraid to take on important social issues. I'm the co-rapporteur on the Istanbul Convention rapporteur, and I'm also a feminist, and I'm fully convinced that adopting this legislation is a priority for you, and that's a good thing. The work that I'm doing with Mr. Kokolari, who's Swedish, will help in many cases where there's violence, and I hope that the Parliament and Council will open a new chapter in the rights of women in Europe and the Convention on Rights.
Köszönöm, és sok sikert kívánok.
For 1.5 minutes.
Fru talman,
Madam President, Prime Minister, Commissioner Šefčovič, as a Swede and as a member of the Moderate Party, I look forward to this Swedish presidency. Optimistically, Sweden is taking on the leadership at a time when Europe crises. We have war on our continent. Electricity prices and inflation sending shockwaves through the economy, and European businesses facing ever stiffer global competition. Let me focus on competitiveness.
Zajednicu usredotočio bih se na konkurentnost Europe.
Not just now, faced with this urgent situation, this has been ongoing for some time. We have failed in nurturing
unternehmerische Tätigkeit zu stärken. Die Bürokratie.
Our taxes are too high. We must be very clear when we talk about this. And these realizations must urge us to act. It is urgent that we improve our business climate if we want to strengthen our economic standing globally. That is why I want to applaud our Prime Minister, because he so clearly has said that he will place competitiveness at the centre of his presidency. In these difficult times, we cannot afford to continue as if nothing were happening. Incentives to entrepreneurship need to be strengthened. We need to adopt free trade agreements. We need to do away with red tape. We need to intensify digitalisation, and we need to increase our investments in research and development. We must try every avenue to improving our business climate, because it is only by having
podremos hacer la vuelta al crecimiento,
regain the path to growth and a stable economic framework. A sound business climate is the key to continued wealth for European citizens. I want to wish our Prime Minister all the very best, as well as to our Minister for European Affairs and to the Swedish government. Thank you.
Next for 1 minute.
Najbolje u predsjedanju.
Fru talman.
Madam President, Commissioner.
Pääministeri Ulf Kristersson.
In times when worry is present in every cell of our beings, I'm reminded of the words of our previous Prime Minister, Olof Palme. Society has been made by humans, and if something is wrong in it, we can change it. Colleagues, every week, at least 50 women are murdered in the EU. Let that sink in. Not one word was said about this heinous crime.
El primer ministro.
As the lead negotiator on the
el marco de la violencia contra las mujeres. Y por eso quiero hacer una pregunta.
And domestic violence, my message to Ulf Kristersson, my question would be whether the Swedish presidency will work actively so that I and my colleague Francis Fitzgerald's proposal will be adopted to adopt Swedish legislation more broadly on purchase of sexual acts. We are shocked by the tone deafness in abolishing Swedish feminist foreign policy and in cuts to global development aid. That has no place in a time of global challenges. Girls
Ordförandeskapet säger sig vilja prioritera
around the world are fighting for their lives and their freedom.
Andere landen wereldwijd
a safer world, but how are we contributing to that when we remain silent in the face of the Iranian regime, when we will not declare the despotism that is happening in Turkey?
Když se podíváme do Turecka, do Erdoganova Turecka.
And the Swedish presidency, all the best in their work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have
Tack för det. Då har vi ett antal kollegor.
which means that 5 colleagues will be given the floor from their seat. We start with Henna Virkkunen and then Arba Kokalari.
Arvoisa puhemies, arvoisa pääministeri Kristersson, haluan toivottaa mitä parasta
Thank you. I would like to wish you every success throughout your presidency. You have selected wonderful priorities: security, rule of law, the digital and green transition. I'm particularly pleased that you have made competitiveness one of your flagship initiatives. It is vital that the European Union continues to flourish, that our companies continue to flourish and create jobs. They need qualified workforce, and we need legislation that fosters investment in Europe. I am pleased to see that you are striving for better legislation. You will organise a conference next week in Stockholm on this topic. You will drive forward any initiatives that will help to make Europe more competitive. The Commission will carry out an assessment of the impact that all legislative proposals have on competitiveness. It is wonderful that the Council will also make this a priority. We in Parliament hold this very dearly. Competitiveness in Europe is...
Kiitos Henna. Next is Arba Kokalari.
Tack, fru talman.
Thank you, Madam President. Roberta Metsola. Prime Minister of Sweden, Ulf Kristersson, colleagues, I noted here that the Swedish Social Democrats and the Green Party have not quite recovered.
Die hebben na de verliezen.
Well, they've closed their eyes to high crime levels, and all that remains for them is scare tactics and dirt slinging. We face the greatest security threat in Europe with Russia's war on Ukraine. This is the greatest threat we face since World War II. We see skyrocketing costs for households and
kustannukset, energiakriisi, ilma.
This requires a strong EU that can...
В климата и в енергията. Това предполага
It was the moderate party that brought Sweden... The party that has encouraged Swedish NATO.
Умерена партия настоя за членство.
Need Swedish moderate leadership, and that we need a party that is friendly to Europe more than ever. Good luck, Ulf Kristersson. Europe is counting on...
Štěstí, pane Kristensone. Evropa spoléhá na...
Then Maria Grappini, then Jordi Cañas. Juan Fernando, go ahead.
Presidenta Metsola.
President Metsola, Prime Minister, the Swedish presidency
pillanatban érkezett el, egy történelmi pillanatban, hiszen a
to achieve what we wanted to during this parliamentary term. There are expectations, but also concerns which have been mentioned. I mean, there's been something that's been alluded to as against what the majority of this parliament agreed with the roadmap. Sweden, the new Migration and Asylum Pact, is a historic opportunity to provide a response to the issue of migration in line with our European values. I mean, it's the only way that can genuinely be effective. And what we need is a balance. We need a balance between binding solidarity and shared responsibility. We
támogatjuk az Európai Unió
who are on the front line in
földközi tenger térségében, és az Atlanti.
Which have a border in the Atlantic, which is the case of Spain and the Canary Islands. Thank you, President.
Domnule prim-ministru, doamna președintă, stimați colegi.
Thank you, President, Prime Minister, honourable members. I too would like to wish the Swedish presidency every best and hope for better results. You say you want a more ethical, fairer Europe, a greener, safer Europe.
Ik heb u niets horen zeggen over...
Enough reference to social justice.
Όμως δεν είπατε πιο δίκαιη.
Commemorated the 30th anniversary of the single market, but we don't really have a truly single market. Prime Minister, you have an opportunity to go down.
Na početku ovog
market, ensuring that all citizens, including citizens of my country and Bulgaria, enjoy full freedom of movement when it comes to goods. Do you think that drivers spending 2-3 days waiting at borders to transport goods are really benefiting from the single market? What about this idea? Can you ensure true freedom of movement? I hope...
Único fuerte.
Gracias, María Jordi.
Presidenta, primer ministro, los que defendemos el comercio.
President, Prime Minister.
Framträdande plats och när vi nu lyssnar på det ni säger.
We've heard you say that trade is one of the priorities of your presidencies and that has been the case because in previous presidencies and semesters trade has apparently not been a priority for the different presidencies. However, I have to say with some concern
hogy nem lesz kivétel.
That this was the case because they had very busy agendas and limited time. Of course, trade is key to prosperity. Europe needs trade. We especially have one key agreement, the Mercosur agreement, which we hope that you will unblock. Europe, its company...
Auch der Wohlstand und die Wettbewerbsfähigkeit Europas hängt...
trade agreements, and the Mercosur agreement is key, and therefore I would ask for your action and courage
under ert ordförandeskap. Ni måste se till att detta
to play a key role. We hope that 2020
eine ganze Reihe von Handelsabkommen verabschiedet werden.
Agreements with all of Latin America and that the Mercosur agreement stops being a problem and becomes a solution to the challenges that European citizens face. Thank you.
To conclude the debate, I give the floor back to Vice President Šefčovič before giving it to the Prime Minister.
За заключителни.
Thank you very much, Madam President, dear Prime Minister, honourable members of the European Parliament. First and foremost, I would like to thank you all for debate which highlighted the major challenges we have to tackle and face together. First and foremost, support for Ukraine. We will be working together on continuous financial support. And as you are probably informed, first disbursement of 3 billion euros to our Ukrainian friends was just made this morning. I'm sure that the Swedish presidency, in close cooperation, all other possibilities how to assist brave Ukrainians to defend their country, from military aid through support for Ukrainian strategic infrastructure, down to reconstruction and preparation for Ukraine's integration into the European Union. Second huge challenge, which was rightly highlighted by many honourable members, is competitiveness. We very much appreciate the fact that the Swedish presidency put this so high on the agenda for this semester. Competitive Europe means economically and politically strong Europe. Strong Europe which is able to play its role as a global actor, to help others, to defend the weaker, but also to guarantee strong social policies Europe is so known for.
Sociální politiky, pro které je Evropa známá.
To Kiruna, we heard from companies like Norwood, who became multi-billion high-tech battery company in just a few years. We have heard from the companies who
firma za pár let slyšeli jsme od nich
carbon-free steel, how they can focus creatively on the critical raw material, how to push us to the next level in the electromobility.
Jak se můžeme posunout na další úroveň elektromobility?
Are proving that you can be globally competitive and at the same time highly sustainable. And I think as Mr. Ali Asmani has underscored, now we need to make sure that we would spread these
Fontos, hogy terjesszék ezeket a példákat.
Exemplen till fler delar av Europa.
That we would push over the finishing line, be the Chips Act, that we start to work on Critical Raw Materials Act, that will be putting down the rules on responsible mining, that we will be working on pushing energy prices down and energy security in Europe up, because this is exactly what we need to help our businesses, our households, and to consolidate our single market. President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, just presented her ideas to develop and work on Net Zero Industry Act, where we want to look into the possibilities how to make the decision making if it comes to the IPCEIs, the important projects from the common European interest, faster. When we would be having
projekteket hogyan lehet gyorsítani.
Of the state aid. And we are going to do all that to improve the competitiveness of European companies, but also to counter relocation risks of these companies which are now in a difficult situation. To get to there, we are also preparing the work on the Europe Sovereignty Fund, and we are doing all this to send a very clear message to the European industry. We are going to fight for you to stay and prosper in Europe. Mr. Prime Minister, if I look at the number of the trilogues your presidency will be facing, I think that we can already now describe your presidency as a very important negotiation presidency. And I just would like to highlight that we'll be working very closely with you to make sure that you will have the utmost success in achieving the conclusions of these negotiations, because it would allow us to push all these legislative proposals, especially in the field of a Green Deal, over the finishing line and make Europe more dynamic and more competitive. If you allow me, Madam President, to continue and conclude on a very important point for which Sweden is traditionally known and a strong supporter. I am talking about the free trade. There are very high ambitions in this regard. We need to make most of the trade agreements, for example, we have with Canada, but also with UK, with which we are trying hard. But we are also working very hard to conclude agreements with Mexico, Chile, New Zealand, Australia, and we would like to work closely with the Swedish presidency to achieve progress with India and Indonesia, and we also believe that Mercosur agreement. And we will do all that together with making sure that we would find proper answers to
že najdeme ty správné odpovědi
Reduction Act and to face unfair competition, which is very often coming from Chinese massive subsidies. Madam President, one of the issues which was highlighted by many speakers was the issue of migration. Here we in the European Commission are convinced that with the political will and the hard work we can finalise migration and asylum pact. We need it now, but for sure we will need it in the future. So, Madam President, honourable members, dear Prime Minister and the colleagues from the Swedish presidency, I think it's quite clear that you are taking at the helm of the European Union at a very special, crucial time. And I'm sure that thanks to our close cooperation, thanks to traditional Swedish efficiency, innovative approach, can-do spirit and your ambitious agenda, your presidency will be success not only for you, but for whole Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Vice President Šefčovič, dear colleagues, I know you are eagerly waiting to vote, but we want to hear, after almost 3 hours of debate from the Swedish Prime Minister, the current country holding the rotating presidency. I ask you for a few minutes to listen to him. Go ahead, Ulf, you have the floor.
Fru talman,
Madam President, Commissioner Šefčovič, honourable members, it is not every day that I have the honour of speaking in front of a nearly full European Parliament. My warm thanks for a great deal of very interesting and thought-provoking questions, your friendly greetings and critical comments too. I appreciate your clarity in both questions and answers, as well as your frankness. Some parts
a také za vaši otevřenost.
Continue a Swedish electoral campaign in this House. I would like to do that outside this House. I and the Swedish government have left the Swedish electoral campaign behind us now, and we are working hard to carry out important reforms in Sweden and to lead the European Union's joint work in the Council going forward. I would like to show respect for our shared European problems and opportunities in doing so. There are two domestic policy issues, however, which are close to our European matters: climate and the environment, and energy. We're now bringing those together in one ministry in the Swedish government because climate begins and ends in our energy policy. Secondly, we are
säkerhet genom ett NATO-medlemskap
policy to protect Swedish security through NATO membership. That's important for us, but we also believe that that is of importance for other.
90-luvulla
90s, Sweden became a part of the international democracy through its EU membership. Those of us who saw the economic and democratic value of that had to fight a great deal against those people who wanted to keep Sweden outside this cooperation. Soon, Sweden and Finland will also be part of the international community in its security policy. Sweden and Finland are entering NATO. 28 of 30 NATO members have already welcomed us, and we place a great deal of value on that. Finally, honourable members, I appreciate this concept of pride and positive expectation, and I understand the disappointment that has been felt when it comes to the Schengen matter.
Op de verwachtingen die wij hebben.
att föra upp den frågan på dagordningen.
We are prepared to put that matter on the agenda. We want to consolidate the Balkan process towards a future EU membership. We've held a very good
előmozdítani a jövőbeni csatlakozásokat.
Sweden supports and is happy to contribute to a 10th sanctions package, and
de som är ansvariga för de övergrepp som
hold individuals accountable for the atrocities committed now in the Ukraine. Finally, Madam President, we have our motto: greener, safer and freer. All of these three words require decision-making both in the short term and in the long term to face immediate problems, but also to rise to long-term challenges. We've had the debt crisis, a pandemic, vaccines, and through the war, where the EU has proven time and again that it can manage crises. This was not a given. The EU has impressed when it was most needed. Crisis management is necessary. However, it is not sufficient on its own. Long-term, total freedom from fossil fuels is the key to going green. A long-term and close EU cooperation
hosszú távú együttműködés
key to security. Long-term competitiveness, free trade, and clear communications from the Commission and Parliament when it comes to matters of rule of law. That is the key to more freedom. Greener,
safer, freer. Thank you so much for today's discussions. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. Thank you, dear colleagues. We will now proceed to the vote.
Dear colleagues, let's start the votes now. Please put on your headphones. Report by Ms. Annalisa Tardino on EU-New Zealand agreement exchange.
EU-Nya Zeeland utbyte av personuppgifter mellan Europol.
I give the floor now to the rapporteur.
Megadom a szót a jelentés tevőnek, 2 perc.
Grazie Presidente, colleghi, sarò
Thank you, President.
Stručná. Beru si slovo.
Because we didn't have a debate on this file, I'd just like to thank the shadow rapporteurs for their excellent cooperation on this file, which relates to the EU-New Zealand agreement on the exchange of personal data between Europol and New Zealand authorities, which fight against serious crimes and terrorism. The European Union and New Zealand have often faced similar security issues, and that over several years.
V těchto klíčových sektorech pro
these key authorities, which will include money laundering,
špinavých peněz, počítačové podvody a další,
could produce significant advantage for both parties. This is an important agreement which is in line with other agreements with third countries, and thanks to those we will be in a position to improve the effectiveness of our preventive work when it comes to terrorist attacks both inside and outside the European Union, and we will ensure appropriate guarantees for people's private lives and data protection. So for those reasons we would urge you to vote in favour. Thank you.
Let's proceed to the vote. Roll call vote. Vote is open. The vote is closed. Adopted. The next report. Juan Fernando Lopez Aguilar report on Convention on Cybercrime on Enhanced Cooperation and Second Additional Protocol on Enhanced Cooperation Disclosure of Electronic Evidence. Roll call vote. The vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. A report by Madam Pernille Weiss on shipments of waste. Amendments by the committee responsible. Block vote. Who in favor? Against? Abstentions? Adopted. And Amendment 5. Who in favor? Against? Abstentions? Let's check it.
Nézzük meg géppel.
Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 114. In favor. Against. Abstentions.
Antaget.
19 in favor. Against. Abstentions. Adopted. Amendment 135 in favor. Against. Abstentions. Adopted. Amendment 139 in favor. Against. Abstentions.
Vérifions par voie électronique.
Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 153 and 156, roll call vote. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 154 and 157, roll call vote. Vote is open.
Balsošana.
Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 151 in favor. Against. Abstentions adopted.
Elfogadtuk. 155.
158 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 85 in favor. Against. Abstentions adopted. Amendment 152 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed.
Lezárom.
Rejected. Now Commission proposal by roll call.
Otevírám hlasování.
Vote is closed. Adopted. The next vote is on referral back to the committee. No, so...
Nej, förlåt, säger ordförande.
Thank you, colleagues. And according to the Rule 59 of the Rules of...
Artikel 59 i
chtěla vrátit na vrch
the interinstitutional negotiations. Thank you so much.
Jā, kurš pārlūdz Veiskundz?
In favor? Who's in favor of the proposal by Ms. Weiss? In favor, against, abstentions, adopted.
Weiss, ano, přijato.
Dia Pereira on rules to prevent the misuse of shell entities for tax purposes. That's a single vote.
Účely je to jedno hlasování jmenovité.
The vote is closed. Adopt.
Přijato.
Nākamais ziņojums.
Now, report by Ms. Gabriel.
Most pedig Bishop asszony.
Procedure concerning rules number 7 on defense of privileges and immunity and rule number 9 on procedures on immunity. That's a single vote by roll call, and the vote is open.
Balsošana ir.
The vote is closed. Adopted. I would like to remind you that these amendments will come into force starting with tomorrow. Next, vote motion for a resolution on the creation of the European Capital of Local Trade. Single vote in favor?
Nej-röster.
Abstentions? Adopted.
Vēlos atgādināt.
I would like to remind the colleagues who that those
hogy
to remain in the chamber, as the debate will start immediately after the vote.
No, dear colleagues, we would like to continue. That's why, honourable colleagues who don't want to participate in next debate, please leave a room and continue your debate outside. Nākamais darba kārtības jautājums, turpinot debates.
Item on the agenda, and we continue the
dagordning. Vi fortsätter med debatterna.
Consumer protection in online video.
V online videohrách přístup Evropy.
I will first give floor to the rapporteur, Adriana Maldonado Lopez. Here you go.
Y a todas, querido
Tack så mycket, talman.
Commissioner, honourable.
Αγαπητοί συνάδελφοι, καταρχάς,
I would like to thank all political groups involved in drafting this own initiative report, which flags
En viktig fråga idag i EU.
European Union. the video games sector in the EU, there are two clear goals. Firstly, we need legislation at EU level. We need to harmonise the single market rules in this sector when it comes to video games. And secondly, it is primordial that we strengthen consumer protection, in particular the protection of minors. Let me just sketch in the context. The video games sector
Egyre inkább alkalmazkodik az Európai Uniós.
In the EU, statistics show that over the course of the pandemic, some millions of EU citizens began gaming. These users are huge in number, and this is an added value sector. We know that there are many jobs created as a result of this sector, and that this is very important to those with disabilities.
Pro lidi s postižením a je to také
startups europeas en un sector cada día.
And startups in Europe can flourish in this sector. So there are benefits to this pioneering industry in Europe. So the report
hovoříme v této zprávě také o aspektech
benefits, but also the social risks that we need to bear in mind. For example, mental health. That this is something that can affect young gamers, in particular in the European Union. We've seen gaming addictions in the European Union. This is recognised by the WHO as a gaming disorder. We're seeing more and more addicts. So in the European Union, we have to protect European consumers to prevent these addictions amongst young people. So we have to work with the European institutions to ensure that accurate, transparent information is provided, that the information is accessible, and that any gamers can make an informed decision, and the industry has to make that information available. So we'd ask the Commission to ensure that that information is made available. That's something we're calling for in this report. There are risks to mental health, but there's also gender discrimination. I'd like to highlight that. Some 22% of jobs in the sector are taken up by women. It's very important that the industry does not fall into the trap of stereotyping women. So the Commission needs to analyse this situation in the video game sector and take steps if necessary. Finally, Commissioner, I'd like to focus on protection of minors. We need the PEGI system to ensure greater transparency, to ensure that parents and guardians of young people have the most essential information available to them. And I've got to mention at the end of my presentation an issue like that's very important in the European Union. The EU has to analyse the impact of loot boxes. They're very important in video games. It is vital that the EU continues to be a pioneer in the single market. Video games
továbbra is vezető szerepet, megőrizze vezető szerepét.
Rules, community rules, we need to protect young people, minors in particular, and indeed protect the industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I would like to give a floor for the Commission. Commissioner Reinders, floor is yours.
Thank you, President. Honourable members, I would like to thank you for this report and for putting this topic on today's agenda. The Commission recognises the role of video games. This sector offers important economic opportunities and consumers, as exemplified by the significant number of players across all ages in all the Member States. The report, however, rightly points to the need for more responsibility, especially since 11 and 14 years old and many younger ages and maybe younger ones play video games.
Pues juegan a videojuegos
online. Indeed, consumer protection in video games is essential to ensure a safe and trustworthy digital environment. The Commission is taking several initiatives in this regard. First, by ensuring the correct the existing EU consumer law instruments, which already address effectively several issues that video games may raise. For example, the Unfair Commercial Practices Directive covers the marketing of the so-called loot boxes and price transparency. The Commission has brought these and other consumer issues relating to video games to the attention of the Consumer Protection Cooperation Network, the CPC, which brings together the national authorities responsible for the enforcement of EU consumer law. Already in 2016, the Commission and the major app stores to ensure that they inform consumers upfront on the existence of in-game purchases before downloading the games, as well as about the cost of such purchases. Such games cannot be labelled as free to play. It was also requested that parents are fully empowered to implement parental controls. Most recently, last year, the Commission underlined to the two major EU trade associations representing the video game sector
représentant le secteur des jeux.
Det finns olika principer.
To in-app purchases, and that these apply also to loot boxes. Children, in particular, are at risk. Unfortunately, online grooming approaching children for the purposes of sexual abuse has also been growing in the past years, rising by more than 80%. Companies are still doing too little. Therefore, the Commission,
por ello, la Comisión ha
obliging providers of
který zavazuje poskytovatele online her
risk assessment and to take measures to better protect children. Where such preventive measures fail, companies can be obliged to check for grooming.
Mohou být firmy povinovány kontrolovat.
La Commission encourage les autorités.
In addition, the Commission encourages national authorities to take measures to fight measures which have emerged in the area of online games. We're also going to be working with consumer organisations in order to gather clear examples of aggressive commercial practices that are to the detriment of users. During 2022, the European Year of Youth, consumer organisations put together awareness-raising tools which can be used in schools. In an English lesson, for example, children can find out about the main challenges when it comes to consumer protection in online games.
Těmto praktikám u her online zároveň
over current research on marketing practices on young children in order to identify new marketing practices that could be classified as highly manipulative. The Commission has also launched an assessment of European legislation on consumer protection, particularly with regard to digital fairness, and our goal is to determine whether cross-cutting EU legislative instruments on consumer protection remain appropriate to ensure a high level of consumer protection in the digital sphere, and also to find out which kind of improvements could be necessary. For example, we're focusing on issues such as dark buttons in the design of online interfaces, the cancellation of subscription contracts, and also price transparency.
Strategy aims for every child in Europe to be protected, empowered and respected online. The Commission invites Member States and the video game industry to be involved in the implementation of the three pillars of the strategy, namely safe and age-appropriate digital experiences, digital empowerment and skills, and active
fatta informerade beslut och man måste kunna
strategy recognized that online gaming is now a major online activity for children, which presents
játékok a gyerekek számára egy fontos tevékenység.
Risks. Industry-led efforts play an important role to ensure a safe gameplay environment, to protect children while also promoting healthy gameplay habits. Under this strategy, the Commission will facilitate the preparation of a comprehensive EU Code of Conduct on age-appropriate design. This code will build on the regulatory framework
se basará en el marco normativo
Act and will be in line with the Audiovisual Media Services Directive and the General Data Protection Regulation. The Commission is now in the process of setting up a special group to assist us.
Een specifieke groep om ons te helpen.
Industry representatives, including the gaming industry, have been invited to apply. I thank you again for this report and thank you for your attention. Of course, I'm now looking forward to hearing your remarks and interventions. Thank you.
Paldies, komisār kungs. Nākamais.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Next, I give floor to Antonius Manders, who represents the People's Party.
Dank u wel, voorzitter.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, we're talking here about an own initiative report on video games. It is high time for action. We're calling on the Commission to come forward with a legislative proposal. This is a hugely important new sector and it requires regulation. Currently, we've heard a lot about the downsides of video games, addiction amongst children, consumer protection, loot boxes in games where you have to make in-game purchases to reach a high.
Vlastně důležitosti, nebo vlastně
komma upp till en högre nivå. Ja, det här är ju ingenting som är bra.
Calling on the Commission to carry out the assessment to see how we can improve this. You know, these loot boxes could be purchased with points that you earn as you play the game, but then you can't have young children taking their parents' credit cards to pay for these loot boxes to try to move on to a higher level. It is a good thing that we are reining in these adverse side effects. Those are the downsides, and that's one thing, but we also need to look at the upsides, the positive benefits of games.
Tudjuk, hogy a videójátékok jelen pillanatban
dan de film- en de muziekindustrie samen.
Industry is bigger than the film and music industry taken together. It is a growing industry, and Europe is a pioneer here. Video games can help ease loneliness amongst older people, so we need to view video games in a positive light, and we're calling on the Commission to come forward with proposals to tackle the negative side effects. I'm pleased that we're in Parliament are looking at introducing a video game award, something like the Oscars, the Europeans. That way we can show that we're proud of Europe, we're proud of the developers we have here in Europe, because we play a leading role here around the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I give floor to Madame Christel Schaldemose, who represents Socialists and Democrats.
Kommissær, kollegaer. Har I prøvet at miste interessen for hobbyer?
Thank you, President, Commissioner, colleagues. It does sometimes happen that children lose touch with their friends because they want to be online gaming. The problem may be that we cannot resist temptation, but we are not as young, of course, and temptation lessens.
Av dataspel. Min generation
Independent. Our generation might struggle to relate to that, but this is a massive.
Ennek és egyfajta társadalmi válságot.
Γιατί πάρα πολλά παιδιά
And adolescents today face serious problems, such as depression and a lot of other things. Not everything can be blamed on video games, but some certainly can. And that is why it is important that we prevent them. We can demand better parental controls. We can ban dark patterns. And we can deal with the loot boxes as well.
Betalingen for computerspil har forandret sig ganske.
Because addiction is not just psychological.
Jelenthet ezen játékok használata.
Well, we feel it in our wallets. Now, previously, you would buy a game in a shop and you'd pay for it once. Now, there's loads of small payments taking place in.
Mycket pengar alltså för att köpa digitala.
Youngsters are wasting a great deal of money to purchase these loot boxes. You don't always know what they contain. Sometimes they nearly take the appearance of casino types of games. These are games for children. They're not supposed to take that format. This is something we need to work on, and that's why I want to thank you for a good own initiative report, and I hope that the Commission will work with us to look at different solutions so that we can limit risks without banning.
Thank you, and now I give floor to Mr. Jordi Cañas, who represents the Renew Group.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. Well, the goal of this report is to inform the Commission on the Parliament's position when it comes to
noorte ja kodanikega seoses.
Video games, and particularly when it comes to protecting
norilor care se joacă jocuri online.
Rapporteur for the work that she's done. I think that this report really does achieve our
toho, čo chceme. To znamená, že hovoříme
să afirmăm faptul că trebuie să se armonizeze
laws that deal with video games in Europe, so all European citizens have the same level of protection regardless of the country they live in. And we also want to boost an ecosystem which can be favourable for businesses to develop in this important sector. Europe needs to become the safest place to play video games, but it also needs to become the best place to develop them. And this is why I'm particularly pleased, because we've achieved all the goals that we set out with. The establishment of a European video games strategy, labelling via the PEGI system, and ensuring the accessibility of video games for people with disabilities. To sum up, protecting young people and children online in the video game sector is important, but I repeat, it's also important to establish an appropriate framework to ensure that our companies can get established and become global leaders. Boosting industry and protecting rights can go hand in hand. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I give floor to Ms. Kim van Sparendak, who represents the Greens.
Collega's. Honourable members, 20 years ago, I discovered video games and discovered the joys of them. Now we are seeing how addictive video games can be. Innovation does not always bring benefits for consumers. We see that in the gaming industry. In the past, with it at will, but now the sellers are earning money by making games as addictive as possible. 1 in 20 school shows signs of a gaming disorder. Now, the industry knows exactly what sort of psychological pressure they have to put on players to ensure that they keep playing for as long as possible so that the companies can earn as much money as possible. And what about loot boxes? To buy something without knowing what you're purchasing. These loot boxes can feel like gaming, so people end up paying a lot of money, gambling, and this is addictive. You can earn more points if you pay out. different type of currency for in-game purchases, so you don't really know how much you're spending at the end of the day, and you know that these gamers are also allowing their data to be collected. So the industry has been allowed free rein for many years, and they're focusing on young people, and we can't allow this to continue. The European Parliament is calling for new rules, stronger protections for online games industry. We need to protect gamers. We're taking a first step here today. We need to look also at the addictive features of social media. We need young people to be able to enjoy online fun without being lured into addiction. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I give floor to Mr. Marco Campenosi, who represents the ID Group.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Rapporteur. I think the Internal Market Committee has done an important job here because we inserted many elements into the text which need to be taken account of. The Parliament had already done work in the Culture Committee on this file, so we're working on it very hard. I mean, we talk about the internal market and we need the same rules for everyone, but this is a global market, particularly when it comes to digital issues, and we've seen that we have problems. There are some areas where we don't have European champions, but we do have European businesses in the lead when it comes to the production of video games. Many of these businesses are now starting to provide value in terms of high people. So yes, there are problems relating to consumers. They need interventions, and particularly when it comes to the grey area between gambling and playing video games for pleasure. For example, you need people pay money. They may well find it easier to go up a level, but they'll avoid certain difficulties. So there's perhaps a moral issue there. But we as legislators shouldn't be pointing the finger. We shouldn't be criminalising business models. But what we should be doing is providing information, fighting addictions, and together with health authorities, I think we can find an appropriate balance there. The Commission needs to ensure that the consumers' interests are taken account of, but also business interests. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to Mr. Kosmas Lutowski, who represents ECR Group.
Panie Przewodniczący, Szanowny Panie Komisarzu.
President, Commissioner, Europe needs a strong gaming sector. Video games are a part of that.
Our companies, including Polish companies, have a lot of success globally. We need to be proud of that. We need to support that. Online gaming is not just entertainment or art, but it's also a community of conscious users of that technology. It has its needs, its expectations. Unfortunately, this report, to a large extent, ignores that fact, concentrating on the negative phenomena and suggesting, as a solution, more bureaucracy and more control. We already have a number of regulations that apply to the gaming industry, so the proposal for new sectoral legislation is useless. We are talking about gender balance among creators of online games. This is absurd. A strong, creative and be creative.
We need,
but through education, investments, and the will of.
We need to attract young people. We cannot detract from their enthusiasm to these types of reports.
Thank you. Next, Ms. Anne-Sophie Pelletier, a minute and a half.
Monsieur le Président. Thank you, President, Commissioner, honourable members. The video games industry, some 23 billion and 1 into Europeans plays online games. We see this as key in the cultural industry.
Je chránit spotřebitele, zvláště ty
children. We have to regulate loot boxes, a real scourge for gamers. You have virtual currencies.
Szó, ami önmagában is veszélyesnek minősíthető, hanem
strengthens addiction tendencies. You have to pay to win. That's something we have to regulate, indeed ban. Half of European gamers are women, and yet we see hypersexualization of video game characters, and there is sexual harassment online. Women really struggle with this. There is a rape date.
Oblasti je nutné regulovat, když vidíme
Rape Day-niminen
battered, they are raped in this game. That really is the patriarchy, and we are seeing women excluded from the video game industry. We are seeing them being held up as objects of rape. So we're seeing how important it is to ensure cultural representation. Video gaming should be a way, a tool of raising awareness amongst young people and older people. We need to regulate the sector and eradicate this kind of attitude online and offline.
Next, Mr. Andreas Schwab for 1 minute and a half.
Herr Präsident, Herr Kommissar.
President, Commissioner, colleagues. The online gaming market's importance has been mentioned several times now, and this is a crucial issue for many young people in Europe. I mean, the video games sector is one of the fastest growing sectors in Europe, one of the fastest growing creative sectors, 25 billion turnover, as has been mentioned. And we need to look at the content that these video games provide. We need the Commission to have a look at what's going on. They need to check the incentives that are being provided to players, but also ensure that there are opportunities for SMEs, particularly, to make progress in this area. Consumer protection laws should be used, and self-regulation should be promoted, and this his report expresses very well. I'm also very because he particularly wanted to see the protection of young people when it comes to purchasing loot boxes. That was at the heart of what he wanted to achieve, because obviously these games are very widely played among young people, but we shouldn't have the wrong incentives in there. We shouldn't bring young people potentially into debt because they want to be successful in a video game. So this is something the Commission.
En daarom kijk ik uit naar de verdere samenwerking. Dank u wel.
And I look forward to working with you on that. Thank you.
Alex. Thank you, Chair. The video game sector is Europe's fastest growing cultural and creative sector, responsible for thousands of jobs and a huge market size of billions of euros. There is no doubt of the importance of this highly innovative digital sector for growth, job creation, and for Europe's digital single market. However, we should not undermine in any way the need for strong consumer protection and better protection for gamers, especially children and young people, from gaming addiction and manipulative practices. Online games are popular amongst children who are growing up immersed in digital video games available on multiple devices, computers, gaming consoles, smartphones, and other devices. While playing games online is often great fun and a good way to chat and interact, there is a risk that children be exposed to harm or danger. Therefore, I would like to thank the S&D rapporteur, Adriana, for calling on the Commission to consider new rules to protect gamers of online video games, particularly children. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Ms. Laurence Ferrand, 1 minute.
Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Commissaire, chers collègues.
President, Commissioner, colleagues, This is the second time in a few weeks that we're having a debate here on video games, and that's very good. This sector is booming, and it is particularly important for our digital competences, for our cultural industries, and thus for our international influence. It involves one European in two, which is why we have to be very careful when it comes to protection of gamers. We see, when it comes to protections, that the PEGI system clearly indicates what ages games are addressed at and what content is considered.
Per proteggere i minori dinanzi a queste pratiche.
We need to limit the exposure of minors, and we need to also ensure that women can play in a safe and respectful environment. We should also guarantee that the economic models are fair and transparent. Generally, we need a real European strategy for video games. It needs to be ambitious and comprehensive. It has been presented in a previous report and it was voted through here. Thank you.
Next speaker, Mr. Ninas Hirs. Basso for 1.5 minutes.
Presidente, colleghi, commissario.
President, colleagues, Commissioner. Well, this text is an excellent starting point to protect consumer rights, particularly protecting the youngest consumers. The video games industry is rapidly and constantly growing in Europe, and thanks to developers, around 100,000 jobs have been created in Europe. This growth should not be disincentivized, but at the same time, we can't ignore the risks for our citizens, particularly those who are most vulnerable. And here I'm talking about what has actually become a new form of addiction. There are two video games, Fortnite and FIFA, which are particularly bad in that respect. Many minors play them, and these minors are often drawn into spending money in order to play. In both cases, we're not talking of SMEs here, we're talking about large US businesses. We can't continue to see articles
famílias que têm grandes dívidas causadas
because of money that their children have spent on these video games. These games instill in consumers the idea of pay to win, i.e. you have to spend more and more money in order to make progress in the game. Let's look after our SMEs, but let's also look after our citizens. Let's not allow multinational businesses in the industry to ruin the lives of our families. Those should be our goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Adam Bielan for a minute.
Panie Przewodniczący, Panie Komisarzu.
President, Commissioner, I welcome the fact that we're talking about the online video game.
Dei videogiochi online, e di questo settore è un settore
It's developing very quickly and it has a huge economic and cultural importance globally. This industry is also very important for my country, Poland. Poland is one of the few countries globally in 2020 became a net exporter.
2020. aastal saadi
The game industry on the European market is mainly composed of small and medium-sized companies with a huge growth potential. That is why we should be very cautious not to impose too many restrictions.
Allt för många begränsningar.
W tym kontekście uważam, że sprawozdanie, nad którym będzie...
That the report that we'll be voting tomorrow contains many controversial points. It lacks flexibility.
Rugalmas az innovatív.
I would, for example, be very cautious with regard to the idea of mandatory control of players' age, because this is a solution that would harm the privacy of the users. Thank you.
Pablo.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Pablo Arias Echeverri, a minute and a half.
Muchas gracias, presidente.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, in recent years, we have
Nagyon nagy mértékben megnőtt a videójátékok.
The video game sector. It is a very innovative cultural sector. We need to look at the objectives in the report. We want to be leaders in the global gaming industry. We want to promote talent. and ensure that our market and rules apply. I want to flag up a number of key issues. Firstly, we need to look at the cultural value and positive benefits of video games. We hear a lot about the
kulturní hodnota, kreativní hodnota.
Value of this sector. Video games can create interactive channels for education and information. We need to legislate soon. Secondly, we need to look at protection of consumers, in particular children. Half of all young people are aged between 6.
Mehr als die Hälfte der Nutzer sind zwischen.
We need to ensure that we have proper parental control tools in place. We need better communication, more information. Finally, we need to look at online gaming and internet services. You need
conexiune și de platformele solide.
We need to look at transforming the internet here. And this is all part of the digital transformation to ensure that we have proper networks, proper internet connections. Finally, we need to look at including those with disabilities. The European single market needs to be inclusive and accessible. The rapporteur has done excellent work together with the
Benissimo con I relatori ombra per questa ragione.
This own initiative report. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Ms. Maria Manuel Leitão Marques, 1 minute.
President, Commissioner, the video game world has evolved a great deal since the times when we would have to blow on our Nintendo cassettes to make the game work. Besides consoles and computers today, young people and adults are all playing on internet-connected devices. This has opened up for many opportunities and helped video games to become a huge industry with great economic impact, but it has also brought perils for consumers. I'd just like to highlight one. Sometimes installing a video game is free. The companies make their profits from harvesting personal data, which then feeds into targeted advertising or sales of products within the games themselves. Gamers to their screens. We need to strengthen parental controls, limit manipulative trade practices and the harvesting of personal data so that we can prevent negative impact on daily life or even mental health problems, especially amongst the younger users. With this report, we are requesting that the Commission look into this problem and suggest solutions to guarantee that online video games, just like their predecessors, the consoles, represent a safe time of fun and learning.
Thank you. Next, Vice President Dita Karanzova, 1 minute.
Mr. Commissioner, video games are not new. Video games are not evil, as some in the 90s would have us think. Video games are just as much part of our culture as our music and films. It is part of being European and our identities. We have a strong gaming industry in Europe.
Važnu gamersku industriju I to je nešto.
Treasure. At the same time, we must pass the single-player adventure games of the past. These are new worlds with new financial models,
mondi finanziari nuovi,
games and an infinitive number of other users. We must take care that this new reality still respects basic values and their families. If we give our children unlimited candy, they will eat themselves until they are sick. If you let an adult gamble with someone else's money, they will gamble until it's gone. Video games can be true pieces of art. I only hope that we can keep them that way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Marcel Kolak.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, colleagues. As many mentioned, video games are a highly innovative digital sector in Europe. And therefore, we need to realize that building a trustworthy online environment and increasing consumer trust can boost the economic growth. And therefore, we need to evaluate where the current consumer protection legislation already covers unfair practices and dark patterns, and where protection from addicting techniques is missing.
Potrebujeme ešte ďalšie techniky na ochranu pred závislosťou.
To highlight that many games are based on collaboration.
Beaucoup de jeux dépendent de la création.
When we're referring to child labor.
Predsjednik što se tiče rada djece i upozorio
Mandatory introduction of age verification as it raises concerns over privacy. And finally, we absolutely need to refrain
vanusekontrolli teemal.
Mandating the use of automated tools to quote-unquote protect users from harmful content because they are inefficient and have negative consequences on freedom of expression, access to information and creativity, which I believe is related to what you said, Commissioner, when you referred to a legislation proposed by the Commission in 2022. And I'm finishing, President, that I against child sexual abuse when you refer to grooming.
Ste hovorili o sexuálnom zneužívaní.
Chat control, that legislation, I believe that chat control will not help us to fight sexual abuse, and we need to really be
Ei se kyllä meitä auta. Meidän pitää
fight it, but not this way. Thank you.
Next speaker is Doreen Rockmaker. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Vice President. Thank you, Commissioner. If it isn't broken, don't fix it. This should be the important guideline for EU institutions to cope with the risk of over-regulation. The rapporteur has made a balanced report.
Para lidar com a sobre-regulamentação.
There is no real problem, but she demands that the existing consumer protection regulation is a strong basis for people who play games, especially children. The gaming industry
gioca videogiochi, soprattutto I bambini.
Code of conduct that helps parents to choose the right games for their children and the industry to act responsibly.
Priemysel sa chová zodpovedne.
To protect our children. The weak link in the system is the inability of our member states to enforce rules. It makes no sense to make more rules if the current ones pose a serious challenge for our law enforcement. The EU is a law-making factory, but in this case it would be wise to restrain ourselves and let the sector take its responsibility and parents to do the guidance. If we take away responsibility by regulating everything and everyone, we lose the fundamentals of a stable society. I thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalší vystupí.
Thank you very much. Next up we have MEP Štefanec. The floor is yours.
Pán predseda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, video games are one of the fastest growing sectors in the area of culture and the creative industry. The size of the market in Europe is now estimated at some 23 billion euro, which is more.
To predstavlja sedaj 3 milijarde evrov.
We have some 90,000 jobs as part of this sector, which is a number that keeps on growing. So we need to really pay close attention to this sector to really set up balanced rules for it, which ensure a clear and safe functioning of the video game market, so that it can, so that we can create new jobs and innovate in culture. We also need to understand that video games is something that 73% of children aged 6 to 10 come across every day, and as many as 84% of teenagers. So we need to also create a sufficient protective mechanism in order to protect the most vulnerable among us against both unsuitable content and against addiction. It is a good news that in this proposal we have a balanced compromise for the safe development of video games. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Stefanec.
Mr. Benifei in the chamber, so I'll give the floor to Madam
Katarina Rintsemalle.
Dank u wel, voorzitter.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. In recent years, the gaming industry has boomed thanks to many SMEs. We've seen cutting
malým a středním podnikům, viděli jsme
Technologia ei fejlődni.
Nesse sector que tiene un potencial inmenso.
Potential, but we need to look at how these games are used. 3/4 of children aged between 6 and 14 are gamers. On online games, children cannot be left completely unprotected. We need to look at preventing sexual abuse and exploitation of children. We need to ensure clear information.
Zajistit, aby byly dostupné.
Beträffande minimiåldrar.
We also need to look at manipulative practices in games such as loot boxes.
A játékokon belüli csalásra lehetőség.
And devise new tools to prevent grooming in chat rooms and to look at these issues. The Commission needs to look at video hashing and how to optimise technology. We need to tackle the problem of sexual abuse of children in games, ensure a safer online
Szexuális visszaélés problémáját a játékok.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Mr. Denis Neshi. You have the floor.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, colleagues. The online video games sector needs a
pro jednotný trh v Evropě záleží si.
Many of the players are minors, and so a resolution which boosts user protection would be an important step in building a safe online environment for all users. The PEGI labelling system is only used in some member countries, but it seems to be an effective tool when it comes to providing information and protecting minors from inappropriate content in games. We also need to deal with damaging random elements in these games, such as loot box. But all of this, or none of this, will be enough if Europe cannot guarantee further.
Från dessa nackdelar I spel.
Looking in more detail at the various games available on the market, particularly in Europe, the volume of online games is constantly increasing, and the EU will therefore have to adopt measures to govern the phenomenon, particularly to protect consumers, the youngest in particular. These games need to be used for leisure purposes rather than as well as educational purposes. I believe that they can play a major role in the development of young people, but that can only take place if they teach new skills and boost the creativity of our young people. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Mr. Tomislav Sokol. You have the floor.
Dear Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioner, dear colleagues. On a yearly level, the video game market is above 23 billion euros with a tendency of growth, which causes a rise of well-paid workplaces. Especially vulnerable group here are children who often become dependent, and we need to protect them additionally. In this respect, it is important to develop mechanisms of parental control and children's access to video games and the communication that children have during playing the video games. Therefore, I invite the Commission to present European strategy for video games to realize the full potential of this sector, stressing the importance of protecting children. We should differentiate between video games and games of chance, and member states should be in charge of creating a safe environment for the youth.
A členské státy musí udělat všechno pro to, aby
het potentieel van deze industrie.
Those who are most vulnerable are children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Ms. Helen Fritzon.
Herr talman,
Thank you, President. Commission. Video games are more than just entertainment. They are an important part of our culture and business. Computer games are a source of joy and community, and they can contribute to teamwork, cooperation. However, we must never be oblivious to the negative effects of them. We must safeguard inclusion, equality, and promoting a fair and safe environment to play in. Strong consumer protections are therefore critical. Us socialists would like as many people as possible to have the opportunity to reap joy from these video games. We will continue to work to ensure
přístup k těmto videohrám a všech
a safe and positive gaming experience. This is especially important for children and young people. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Ms. Beata Mazurek. You have the floor.
Panie Przewodniczący, Szanowni Państwo.
President, ladies and gentlemen, on the 10th of November last year, here at the European Parliament, we adopted a resolution on e-sports and video games. And now we're debating on yet another regulation.
o další zprávě v té...
That's not the way to shape predictable environment for the sector. It's an important sector in Europe. If we adopt new regulations every 2 months,
sprawozdania, chociażby system weryfikacji
with regard to this report, such as checking the player's age, which is contrary to the right to privacy. We have the
veku hráčov a podobne to zasahuje do
years, and parents can choose the right games for their children depending on their age. Using this classification and parental control, parents can actually control what games their children are playing, and the Commission does not have to interfere again.
Γιατί είναι υπερβολική μια τέτοια παρέμβαση.
We try to intervene by gender mainstreaming at all stages of video game production. These are works of art, and trying to control the artist has nothing to do with freedom, which is a foundation of our European values. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have Ms. Klun.
And I think we should all acknowledge that the gaming industry plays a really important role in the European Union. In recent times, during the pandemic, we saw the real value of the industry in terms of the opportunity for socialising, for communicating, entertainment, the opportunities for jobs, businesses, and also the real value in encouraging creativity and innovation. We see that 50% of the population between 6 and 64 play video games, so that's a strong industry. But we need to ensure regulation that will provide confidence to consumers that their rights and that the online safety of concerns that they would have for their children are addressed. That's why this report is asking that the current regulatory framework for loot boxes is sufficient, that it will be examined, and that the situation of minors in particular is examined. With regard to loot boxes, a report for the IMCO committee outlined the potential exposure to psychological and financial losses.
Logickým a finančním ztrátám. Tato studie
outlined that it can be exploitative, lack transparency, create unfair gaming advantages. So we need to have these findings and these concerns addressed to give security to EU citizens.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne a ďalší vystupí.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Salvatore De Meo. The floor is yours.
Thank you, President. Well, let me thank the rapporteur for the work that she's done in bringing together a text which deals with both consumer protection and an important European industrial sector. There's massive growth in the video game sector in Europe, and it contributes
oltre 90.000 posti di lavoro in tutta Europa.
Però provides over 90,000 jobs across Europe.
Podemos esquecer
the dangerous aspects of playing video games.
Inse att detta kan få negativa följder.
Zdraví, práci a akademické výkony.
Work and academic achievements. I would also question so-called loot boxes, as many other people have done. Many scientific studies have found a correlation between games of chance and loot boxes, showing how they can manipulate minors who are using the games, encouraging them to make micro-financial transactions. So the Commission
zda takovýto systém
in-game rewards and loot boxes. And I'm saying that as a parent as well, because these risks are obviously
je potřeba chránit zejména ty nejzranitelnější.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Ms.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, honourable members. A few months ago, we adopted the Digital Service Act and in doing so made online platforms safer for consumers, in particular young people. Today, we see that protection in the European gaming industry is insufficient. We have in-game purchases and loot boxes. These are often misleading and in some aggressive marketing practices. Our young people, children, are being lured into reckless payments in an intransparent, manipulative way. However, honourable members, the gaming industry is a key digital player. It drives forward innovation, jobs and economic prosperity in the European Union. Commissioner, through this report, we are asking you to get together with the industry to protect consumers without falling into the trap of excessive nannying. But we do want to ensure sufficient protection, in particular for young people, for minors. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Thank you so much. We have Mr. Ninas as the next speaker. The floor is yours.
And ladies and gentlemen, we already had a report about video games from the Cult Committee, which focused on the benefits, on the creativity, on the jobs that we have, on the big support that we want to send the sector, and it's rightfully so. This report focused very much on the importance of protection of consumers, and that is very, very important. On the one hand, it's about online communities to fight against sexism, racism, homophobia, transphobia, mobbing of each sort. We can use filters for that, but I think it's not
κάθε είδους bullying και εκφοβισμό
of community where we need to approach. On the other hand, we have the big importance of corporate ideas. They have models of games where they try to improve their focus on loot boxes, where they try to make it as opaque as possible when it comes to in-game currencies and weird monetarization. So some developers have become really more like shell players with better graphics. And that is gambling. Gambling is dangerous, and we need to avoid gambling, especially when it comes to minors. Therefore, dear Commissioner, as many have said before me, ban all loot boxes, ban all gambling, and ban everything that is gambling-like mechanics, because it is dangerous for our citizens. Thank you very much.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Thank you very much. And I'll forward to Mr. Benifei. Before we go to catch the eye. Máte slovo, prosím.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Well, it's very important for the European Parliament to be drawing up this report on video games and e-sports. This is an issue that needs to be dealt with carefully, also by assessing systems such as the PEGI labelling system, which enables clear and transparent information. In addition, we've been working to protect
und auch zur Aufwertung positiver Aspekte.
På vilka positiva effekter detta är. Det finns väldigt mycket som är.
Es geht hier eine kognitive Entwicklung.
Be minimalized and controlled. But I think that by doing
krävs nu. Det här är
really leverage value from a sector that creates many jobs, many opportunities, and which should be one of the areas that we're committed to in Europe. We need to ensure that we have a healthy and safe gaming atmosphere for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll go with the catch the eye procedure. Maria Walsh will be the first one. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I welcome the findings of this report and its aim to strengthen consumer protection and the single market, as both go hand in hand. I believe we are looking at, and we could see opportunities to drive and support policies and regulations tailored to the industry of gaming at the table of this conversation. I call for the swift transposition and implementation of this directive on contracts for the supply of digital further confidence to consumers, especially, as many colleagues have shared, the PEGI label for parents and their children. These measures will help both consumers and the gaming industry, as it will give confidence to the consumers and the industry and will offer clearer parameters in which to operate in and build their businesses. Finally, may I add, because it was mentioned by a colleague of mine, as we celebrate the 30th anniversary of the digital age. Thank you very much.
Ďakujem pekne a teraz vystúpi.
Köszönöm, most pedig Sean Kelly következik ön.
A number of years ago, I organised quite a number of public events in relation to cyberbullying, which was very prominent at the time. Hopefully, things have improved and the opportunities for bullying are limited, if not eradicated. Of course, the whole use of digital apparatus has grown, particularly amongst young people. Indeed, from the time they're in the cradle, young people have some type of a digital device.